Ready, we'll go ahead and get the meeting started. Thank you very much for the Southgate City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. It is now 6:30. Roll call, please. We'll go ahead and start with the
Invocation.
invocation. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. You want us to go through with the invocation? Yeah. Yeah, we'll go ahead and start with the invocation.
Please stand. Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts for the opportunity to serve and work in our community, Lord. We ask for your wisdom as decisions are made tonight. Help everyone here to listen with open minds and be respectful of one another. Bless our staff and our residents. May our work reflect unity, compassion, and a shared commitment to the good of our community. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And leading us in the pledge, Jose de la Paz, the treasurer.
Please face the flag and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Barron,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to public hearings. We're going to have item number 1 and number 2. We're going to go ahead and are we going to move that?
Yeah, we'd like to propose to have those continued to the next meeting. I'm not sure of the exact logistics of if we have to open them to do that, or we can just do that. I defer to our clerk or attorney.
Yeah, they were noticed. So because we have their public hearings here, the public should know that our practice is to, on items that have been published in the paper, they are subject to a public hearing. When the council finds it necessary to continue those hearings, they still allow an opportunity for the public to speak on that, but we encourage the public to defer comment on those items until they're actually going to be considered by the council. But you still have a right to speak if you so want. So I would suggest that we open those items up. Mr. Mayor, the public is aware that we're going to request a continuance, but the record should reflect that we allow the public to continue. To comment, excuse me.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. City Attorney, just a question. Could we take them both together in comments, or should we separate them one at a time?
You can take them both.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, could you read both into the record, please?
The City Council will consider opening the public hearing and receiving public testimony and continue the items for item 1 and 2 to the regularly scheduled City Council meeting on March 10th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and open up to any members in the audience. If any member in the audience would like to speak on items number 1 or 2, they can go ahead and come up and speak on these.
Good evening, council and staff. I wanted to make some comments regarding my name is Edgar Pelayo with longtime resident of Southgate on Madison Avenue. My comments are regarding the CDBG funds. These funds were allocated towards certain improvements that were going to take place at the parks. And some of those improvements are now not going to take place. So a couple questions, why, right? First one is why? Who essentially was responsible for this, and why didn't this get carried out? I mean, there was ample time for this to happen and it didn't. And it was easily moved over to something else without necessarily following the proper process or protocol. The Citizens Advisory Committee is the committee who allocates this money. They directed and you guys approved it, came to the council and the council approved it. And then without even any notice or without it going through the same process, it was allocated elsewhere. So this is the kind of thing that we're talking about. There's a lack of sort of transparency with this, and you're not following process. If these processes are not being followed, then why have them at all? So that's my comment. Thank you.
Excuse me, excuse me, this is a public hearing. I've said this comment before, and I find it necessary to say it again. This evening, we're obviously going to have folks that are going to have differing views, contrasting views here. And it's important in these public hearings to treat this as if we were in a courtroom, to allow for the expression of views in a manner that everyone can participate and voice their views irrespective of whether you agree with it or not. And so I would ask, as has been the practice of the city, to please do not clap, do not boo, do not interrupt, because it impacts the ability for us to record, but it also impairs the ability for people to participate in these hearings. Also, I do see that some people have signs here. If you have signs in a seated area, please keep them down so that everyone in the room behind you can see the council. If you find it necessary to raise those signs, please raise those signs on the side where you're not blocking anyone's view, if that's what you want to do. Thank you. We'll let you know when the agenda item is before you can come in and speak. But right now we're on 2 items that the council is going to continue. We have to allow for that public comment on those items, and then we'll be back to the agenda that will be discussed tonight. Thank you.
Jimmy, I'm gonna speak on CBDG funds. Good evening, residents. My name is Jimmy Zaid. I'm the Southgate resident speaking in strong opposition to the proposed substantial amendment. The city's own CBDG consultant has acknowledged that Southgate has documented history of failing to execute approved CBDG allocations. Approximately 1.1 million in CBDG funding was approved in March 2025 for the following 6 rec and park projects: sports complex, gymnasium divider, girls clubhouse renovations, recreational buildings roof replacement, swim stadium scoreboard, shade structures for our baseball diamonds, playground upgrade at Holidale Park. These were not suggestions, they were approved community-directed priorities. The appropriate steps were not taken to execute on all of them. This is a failure on the city, not on the community. And now at the 11th hour, these only 3 of these 6 projects are being cut to 0, redirecting $175,000 to a demolition and clearance project that was never part of the original plan. That original demolition clearance project is now technically going to be allocated $225,000. This is unacceptable. The Citizens Advisory Council and the city council members directed these funds toward our recreational facilities. Our residents, especially those, our youth and families, depend on these spaces. Return the $175,000 back to rec and park projects. If this is not possible, then at the very least, reallocate these CBDG funds to projects that generally reflect the residents' priorities and are consistent with CBDG guidelines, not administrative conveniences that benefit no one who showed up to participate in the process. The community engaged in good faith. These funds must serve the people they were intended for. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I go ahead and close the comments. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have one email for item number 1 and one for item number 2. They're both from Mr. Mario Dominguez. Item number 1, he stated that the parks projects approved with the 1.1 million CDBG funds in March 2025 were not completed and reflected poor follow-through by the city. He also criticized the redirection of $175,000 from the park project to the residential demolition project that he says was not disclosed or approved by the Citizens Advisory Committee. And item number 2, he urged the city council to immediately approve the zone change and general plan amendment. He questioned the delay and asked council to vote on the item without postponement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and, do we have to?
Yeah, you need a motion, so I'm gonna make a motion to move these two items to continue on for the next meeting.
Second.
We have a first and second. Roll call.
Councilwoman Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Davila,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Barron.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. Item number 3.
Item was continued from City Council meetings of January 13th and 17th of 2026. The City Council will consider A, adopting a resolution declaring the fiscal emergency, and B, adopting a resolution calling a special election request that the LA County Board of Supervisors authorize the LA County Register Recorder, County Clerk to render all services necessary to conduct the election, allow for ballot arguments and impartial analysis, and C, review the draft ordinance for voter consideration of the utility users tax. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and community. This item is, we'll get the PowerPoint pulled up in a second. This item has been a source of a lot of conversation in these meetings as well as in the community. We're returning to discuss the decision that council has before them on the next steps. So I will do a very short summary of a lot of the detail I've shared. I think this will be the 4th time that we're going over this information. All the detailed information is available on our website, in prior meetings on YouTube. We've had social media that's sent out on the city's page talking about the fiscal future. But I will do a high-level summary. If there's more detail that council wanted to see, we are prepared to cover any of that, but I'll start with a high-level summary, assuming that we've covered this multiple times. So with that, we'll talk about why are we here. I'm trying to hit the button. There we go. Thank you. So the big issue before us is the city has a structural deficit of $9 million. So the revenue that we've been collecting is not the same amount as the cost that the city has. The question is, what costs have gone up that creates this problem? And although over 80% of our costs that we have at the city are salaries for all our police officers, our city staff, we've charted that increase, and it's been running at 2.97%, below 3% every year, and our revenues have gone up at 3% a year. So the actual problem, this gap, is not being created by city salaries. There's 4 main drivers, which I'll highlight, that have caused this large gap. We've used funding from other sources up until the end of June of this year, but those run out. So July 1st, we either need to cut our services down by $9 million and eliminate 32 staff positions and many community programs, or attempt to find new revenue in the form of putting a UUT on the June ballot. But do understand, tonight is not an action to make a UUT happen. All that the council is able to do is decide to put it on a ballot or not. They are not able to add a tax. It's up to the community. So just the purpose of tonight, I think there's been a bit of miscommunication. It's only to decide if the council would wish to put the item on the ballot in June, of which, if it was, then the community would decide. So no vote tonight on deciding on the tax. The vote would be to put it on the ballot. So I'll jump in again, high level. So we've got this $9 million gap, structural deficit. We use one-time funds, and we're dealing with what do we do about that? I mentioned 4 items that are not staffing related as far as the salaries that people are paid. The main increases are these 4 items: pension costs, health insurance costs, liability insurance, and street and lighting landscape costs. And you'll see the increase from 2019 through to 2026 is $10.7 million more for those 4 items in our budget. If you want to look at the percentage that is per year, if we're getting a revenue increase of 3% a year, on average per year, pensions up 9% a year, health insurance 9% a year, 18% a year for our liability insurances, and street and landscaping costs up 17% a year. resulting in over $10 million in deficit that is really hurting us. This leads us then, what are the core decisions to be made for this next coming year in July? Either cut services or find a way to preserve services by finding new revenue. If we look at the cut plan, we've spent time at prior meetings going into great detail, but high level, 9.4 million distributed across all of the services the city has. This table shows that. Our police department is our largest single department, 3.4 million there. Parks and Rec, 2.1 million. Community development, 1.1. Public Works, 1.2 million. And then our smaller departments, it would be across the board, services across the city. Oh, and it would include 32 staffing positions and 11 part-time positions, which equates to probably 30 or so staff positions in order to make these cuts happen, because staffing is our main expense. So we'd have to cut positions. And these aren't going to mean efficiency cuts. We are, people will say what they want, but having been a city manager at multiple cities and worked at even more than that, I've seen all types of budgets, all types of administrations. And this city has not had a lot of funds in the past. They actually run relatively lean. There isn't a ton of extra people. There's always opportunities to improve. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying compared to other cities I've been to, a cut of 9 million gets into real service cuts, not just trimming things. And so we've got specific lists that we've shared at other meetings, but we're talking complete programs eliminated, not paused. We're talking about reductions across the board. We're talking about response times for our police department having to be increased, service availability for many services we're used to getting diminished or eliminated, special events across the board eliminated, crossing guard services eliminated, etc. And this would be a July 1st start if the cut path was needed to be taken. The alternative is finding new revenue sources. And that we've had discussion about that and looked at what do other cities do. I've shown this chart multiple times. These are different types of taxes and fees that different cities around us have. Some have cannabis, some have pension taxes and things which we don't. There's been decisions not to have cannabis stores in town. There's a good and a bad. You get revenue, but there's also a downside. The cities decide not to pursue that. Not every city on this list, if you look, has added that. But when you look at a utility users tax, UUT, and you look at that green column, you'll see every city around us has that tax. They're all paying that except one city, and that's the city of Southgate. So when we look at that and say, how do our other cities pay their bills? That's the missing piece that we're missing. So the proposal is to look at that as an option in order to fill that budget gap. Utility users tax is something that's added onto electricity, natural gas, water, telecommunications, video services. It's a percentage of your actual bill. It's being proposed at 7% of each bill. It does not, if it's whatever is approved by the people, it does not move, it does not change, it cannot be adjusted except by another vote of the people. There's no cost of living increase. The 7% would be stuck in forever if that was passed. Just another misconception I've heard out there. And another feature that we're looking at, again, to pair up with how other cities handle it, is low-income seniors, 65 and up, that have a low-income program that they're a part of, can submit that evidence, and they would be exempt from this fee. So that's the extra feature that we've mentioned before, but I wanted to highlight. So this program is the same we've seen at other cities. It's following the same structure and framework that other cities use. People have said, hey, can certain groups pay less? Maybe industrial places that use a lot of electricity, could they pay less? Anybody who ends up paying less than the 7% generates right around $9 million, which the problem is if certain groups pay less, other groups might have to pay more. And if more groups are exempt, or if the rate went down to 2% or something, or 4%, we don't get that 9 million. So if we're trying to keep our services at the same level in our programs, the recommendation is 7%. All groups pay except for low-income seniors. And that's very similar to the cities around us where all groups pay the same percent, but they exempt low-income seniors. When we talk about what is this average, the only way to really know is you take the total of your utility bills and add 7%. We've taken some bills and tried to find some averages. If your utility use is in the lower category, could be around $26 a month. If you're in the medium category, 39 or so. High, maybe up to 50 a month. Again, low-income seniors over 65 would be exempt. And then this is just reiterating the starting slide, meaning this is my last slide. Again, why are we here? $9 million structural deficit problem. This hasn't been a problem with salaries getting out of control when you compare it to what our revenues are. 3%, roughly 3% a year for the last 6 years is very common in all industries, but it's those four main areas. Starting July 1st, we do not have the extra funds to cover that gap. We either need to eliminate staff, cut the budget, cut the programs, or find a new revenue source, which would at this point be recommended to be the UT to put on the June ballot. So with that, what's before the council tonight? Would they, one, declare a fiscal emergency, which would be required in order to put it on the ballot? And two, would they direct staff to finalize ballot materials and send this to the county to put on the June ballot? So with that, I return it to council.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I'm going to go ahead and just before I open it up to the audience, I do want to just kind of give also a little bit of the background on just how we got here as well with, months of discussing our budget. This is now going on near 9 months of discussion of identifying where we have been, how we're going to approach this, having staff give us their decisions on what proposed cuts would be best. We've worked really well with all of the department heads trying to figure out the best solutions throughout this process. And, so I definitely want to make sure that I thank, the staff for, their efforts during this period, because these are some tough conversations that we needed to have, and having to have them with our staff and having to direct our directors to make these cuts and actually highlight positions that we needed to make cuts on, or proposed cuts, was something that we needed to have that discussion on. And so I wanted to make sure we address that this has been a long discussion, one that has, come through, property tax issues that we understand that we're gaining very little in our property tax allocation, our sales tax that we only receive 2% of our sales tax, pension and benefit costs is continuing to grow. For cities, insurance liability costs is growing at a rate that we can't keep up. Service demands have increased because residents are demanding more, and one-time money has run out. And what has Southgate done since 2014? We've been very conservative. We've tried to save money everywhere we could. We've used reserve very minimally whenever we needed to. We found one-time grants to be able to save our residents the ability to have their services without going out for additional resources. We had budget carryover because we've always been very conservative with the way we've estimated our revenue potential. We've had leftover, position revenue because we've had so many vacancies for so long. Our staff has been understaffed, our positions have been so understaffed for a very long time. So when our residents have said, why are things taking so long, or why are things not happening, and our employees are out there feeling it, it's because we've been understaffed for so long. Departments are stretched thin, and they're getting stretched thinner every day because we're trying to save on payroll. Employees have been asked to absorb that impact. The cuts are just delays to projects and internal reductions to a lot of things that we've tried to balance throughout the years. So I just want to echo that this has been something that we've managed to a point where now we're finally at a place where we're having to ask, is this a time where our residents would be willing to place this on a ballot and ask the residents, can we do this at this time? So just a little bit of background, but I'll go ahead and at this time open it up to the audience. So the audience, if you're willing to make a comment, you can go ahead and start lining up.
First one up.
If you line up against that left wall there, that'll be great. So I will say to all the speakers, please give your name, and also please be respectful of the time. We're going to try to make sure we keep everybody at 3 minutes. We are going to have a lot of speakers here. Also, to the audience, I just wanted to share that our normal translator had a family emergency today. So we have a step-in translator. Thank you for being here with us today. So just be patient. If we need to have a little bit of extra time to make sure that the translation is going smoothly, okay? So thank you. Thank you again for being here.
Okay, good evening. My name is Myra Castañeda, and I live on Taft Avenue here in our city. We are all aware that no one wants to pay more taxes. That is obvious. But as a resident of Southgate for over 40 years, I am also aware that our city has had an ongoing deficit for a few years. And every time the city tries to do something to close this deficit gap, us, the residents, keep asking the city to hold off on raising anything. We can't afford it now, not today, maybe tomorrow. We keep asking to kick the can for a later time. When are we going to deal with this? When is it the time? So now we've reached this fiscal emergency. We have a 9 million gap that will keep growing and getting worse. For those that think that services won't be cut, like some social media people are saying, you're in for a rude awakening. If services can be cut at hospitals and clinics closed because of a budget, believe me, the services in our city will also be closed off. People will get laid off. We are about to lose certain services. For example, like the presentation said, community development department, code enforcement department, crossing guards. Yes, our city pays the crossing guards, in case people didn't know. Senior center hours, slower police response time. The pools may be closed for 6 months. Events such as our 4th of July, Azalea Festival, parades might be something from the past. Park lights will be shut off earlier or at different off-summer times. So today, I ask all 5 of you council members that let the residents vote. Do not make that decision for us today. If you choose to block from getting this to the ballot, you have failed our democracy in our city, and now you are sounding just as bad as our nation is. So I am asking all 5 of you to let the residents vote. Put this on the ballot. Let us decide once and for all what we want done.
Guys, please, you got to keep the...
And like we said, a 7%, to some it's $25, to others it's $30. It's something I'm willing to pay to keep the services for our children, our seniors, and for our city to look better. So I'm gonna ask you one more time, let the residents vote. Don't decide for us.
Guys, excuse me. Next speaker, before you go up, I want to ask again, just to reiterate what the city attorney has said, we need to be polite of both sides. We need to make sure that both sides get an opportunity to speak, and we have to make sure we respect both points of view. Thank you.
Yeah, again, this is being recorded. It's important for the recording to capture what the speaker has said. It's like being in a court of law. You're not going to be cheering in a courtroom in front of a judge. I'd ask that you please refrain from doing this here. Because if we don't do this, then it gets into this environment of us being in a basketball game. One side makes a 3-point shot, then they applaud. The other side makes a 3-point shot and they applaud. And this is a very serious topic, and it really requires the input of everyone. So let's give it the seriousness that it gives so that all sides can be heard and we can get an accurate transcript. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Silvestre Gonzalez, 9500 Rayo Avenue, Southgate, California. Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council, I have been in Southgate for 57 years. As a businessman, resident, and citizen of Southgate. In 1974, the population was 56,901. Today, as of the 2020 census, says we're 92,726. Our research says today the estimate's 112,000 plus. Therefore, that's registered and unregistered. Okay. So understand that our deficit has grown. The Azalea Shopping Center was supposed to bring us even. Okay. Imagine that retail center was supposed to raise the sales tax to bring us even. It did, and then it didn't because our population kept growing. People want to live in Southgate. Why? Because of parks and recreations, the staff, and the community, the friendliness of the people. What this has done is separated us. So I've talked to each and every one of you except Councilmember Avalos. So my comments are directed to Councilmember Avalos. Councilmember Avalos, help us save our pool, our cross guards. Help us protect our city by increasing our police department. You guys don't know, but we're paying more on our mortgages because our police department, because of deficit, because of our increasing costs and not revenue streams. You don't know, but we pay 1/4 to 1/8% more on our mortgages. It's called redlining, but no, it's called the cost of doing business. I urge you, Councilmember Avalos, let our people vote. Let them vote, let them decide for themselves. And in closing, I've been involved in this thing since January, and I heard some very disturbing rumors about Councilmember Avalos. And I want an answer. In closing, that Councilmember Avalos, you were opposed to this measure because the Employees Association did not support you, because the peace officers did not support you. I have supported you. And I want an answer to that because I don't believe that anything would stop our city. I don't believe that this UUT tax, it's not a tax, it's an investment in Southgate. So I urge all of you to join me and invest in Southgate. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, Mike Piazza with Piazza Trucking, 9001 Rayo Avenue. Been
You
here-
can lift the mic a little higher. You're a little
Okay.
taller. There you
Okay.
go.
Been here since 96, and I've reached out to several people here. They all know it. All I want to see, I have no arterial gain here. All I want is some people. So, this city looks like someone's knocked the teeth out of it because we got industrial properties all over the place that are empty. We can't collect revenues because of certain owners, you name it. There's all kinds of reasons. But at the same time, we've got business properties all over the place that aren't paying their business licenses. We've got trucks. We got so much stuff coming into this town, they just tear up our roads and they don't pay. And all I've asked from everybody here, this has gone on for years now, some people and I would gladly help. At one point, we took a limousine truck all around and we showed some properties. I could stay here I could go on that bus all day and I would gladly point out, check these guys out, check these guys out. All you guys got to do is look at who's not paying. But I can't get that. I can't do that. I can't work without help. And I've reached out for help so many times and I can't get it. But if we could collect all these revenues, it would help the city, but we can't. And it looks horrible. Look at Atlantic Avenue. That looks like that's a main boulevard and it's knocked out, you know? So we need to get, I'm more than happy to help out, but it falls on deaf ears and I've got to have that. So I'm looking to help the city in which ways I can so we can bring more money in this place and make the city look better. So I hope you consider that. I hope somebody can reach out to me because I'm glad to help if we can just get somebody. Thank you.
This is Ruizan Kaufman, Planning and Parks Commissioner. For the love of God, please let the people vote on whether they will pass a utility users tax. Council, it is your job to not only respond to residents, but to make sure our services are provided. And that the mission of the city is carried out. You have had ample time and countless meetings to talk about and come up with alternatives, and nothing amounting to $9 million has come up. The UUT has been the only feasible option. No one wants taxes, but I can guarantee you that no one wants their services cut or valuable programs cut either. I, for one, enjoy being able to call in complaints regarding graffiti, raised concrete, potholes, down trees, and see them taken care of right away. I enjoy our city events, the clean parks. Tagging there also gets taken care of as soon as I report it, even within minutes. I'm like looking at the guy clean it up. My baby has enjoyed the Tiny Twos class, Breakfast with Santa, Easter Fest, and Halloween hunt. Now all of this is in jeopardy. This, along with sports, you know, kids here use our fields, the schools use our fields, and all of this is going to be on the cutting block. Why? Not to stir fear, but because they're not essential for the city to operate. The city has been saying this, and people think it's a threat, but it's not. It's reality. If the UUT does not get put on the ballot and it does not pass, things are going to have to get cut, and it's not going to be council salaries like many have suggested. I mean, come on, you guys don't make a lot. I mean, I don't mean to laugh, but yeah, you guys don't make a lot. And it's, you know, and I know you guys are on the lower end too. So, one thing that, you know, there have already been several measures taken to cut down on spending, and they're already affecting how our city works. You guys talked about one, but one thing I want to highlight is our parks director, currently filled out by Tina de la Rosa, who's doing an amazing job. And, you know, and there's several vacancies beneath her, and she's managing to make these events possible. And so, I ask, you know, to the public, I ask you that you all do your own research and stop believing the lies from the scanner, AKA scammer page. That person has an agenda, and it's mostly just to go against what council members Hurtado, Barron, and Davila say, even at the risk of ruining our beautiful city. I ask you to question and critically think of the contactless flyers posted on Tweety, villainizing all but one or two of the council members. Only cowards make fun of others with flyers like that, or hide behind a computer screen like the creator of the Southgate Real Talk like to do. Please ask yourself what people against the UUT have to gain. Who benefits when our city park staff get out, when our park programs get cut, when there aren't enough building department staff to go do home inspections? Please keep Southgate moving forward and vote to put the UUT on the ballot now.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jesus Miranda, and I'm living in the city of Southgate for 47 years. I'm a businessman, and I have a lot of things to say about what's going on in the city. I didn't bring my list, but I memorized. And one thing is affecting my business is that I know everybody has to weigh or necessity to make a living, but this city is out of control. Vendors in the street, taco places, and you name it. And me suffering ready to close my business because nobody doing the job in here, code enforcement. Another thing, electric bike. They taking over the sidewalks. Nobody say nothing. That's ridiculous. Another thing, police. How many police we have patrolling every day, Mr. Camacho? How many patrollers, how many officers patrolling the city every day?
We'll answer after.
Can answer.
Mr. Miranda, we'll answer after.
Well, I know how many. So it's a shame to live in the city. I don't feel safe. No more. 30 years ago, we have 30 more police officers than now. And this is ridiculous. And somebody not doing the job. And this shame. Thank you.
Irelia Dominguez Ozeda, Southgate resident. I'm here to really advocate for our small businesses here in Southgate. They're the heartbeat of our community and economy. A lot of them commit their time, their effort. They provide us with goods and services. Some of them have been in our community for generations. The UUT is a direct economic hit on our small businesses. The small businesses will also be taxed 7% rate on their electricity, internet, water, gas, and phone. They're struggling. We're struggling. However, they have to be responsible for their budgets. They have to keep an eye on those expenses, making monthly concessions, adjusting schedules, and they do whatever they can so they do not have to pass on the burden to us, the customers. Although many of them spend hours and hours in Southgate, they do not live in the city of Southgate. They may live in the neighboring cities, and therefore they are unable to vote on the UUT. However, they will be taxed without representation. Taxation without representation was the catalyst that created the United States. As you recall, we were 13 original colonies governed by the Crown. And then in 1772, the Crown had the audacity to implement the tea tax of 1773. And that set forth the spark for the Tea Party that linked to the American Revolution. Now here in 2026, in Southgate, you have a proposed UUT. You continue to market that we need to pay our fair share. We're paying our fair share. And as in today's first agenda item, I'm so glad the youth is here because the first agenda item stated that there was $254,000 allocated to Parks and Rec, and U5 moved it. That's not okay. I'm glad that they were here to witness that. As you can see, we have the virtual boot of the UUT on our neck, both small businesses and everybody that is struggling. Is it the best time? No. Right now, our entire federal, state, everybody is in a lot of turmoil, in a lot of stress, and we depend on you, the leaders, to make the right choices. Putting a UUT does cost us money. It is not a let them vote. We still have to get $258,000 out of a general fund that could have gone straight to the parks, that could have gone somewhere else. There are City of Southgate residents here, small business owners, and our allies that may not be willing to speak up today, but they are here to bear witness on your today at how you will vote. I know that this is going to be a turning point for Southgate because there will be the day before the UUT vote and the day after the UUT, and that's going to determine how the residents move forward with you as seats, but it may cause an entire revolution of this entire seated of U of 5 to have completely different faces within the next coming election years.
Jimmy Ozeda, Southgate resident. You know, the city manager has invited me to discuss the UUT. I've been very direct. Let me be clear. I'm not in the business of wasting my time to meet with people who refuse to provide answers to questions posed by residents. If you can't answer questions in this chamber in front of our community on the record, then your answers aren't worth anything. Our community is being terrorized by ICE raids. Our family-owned businesses are struggling to keep their doors open, yet the majority of the council want our struggling community to open up their wallets and support a 7% utility users tax on gas, electricity, cable, internet, cell phone, and water. Youth organizations, aquatics, AYSO, don't be misled by these folks. There is a path forward that won't require the significant cuts to our services, but it will require all of us to stand together and demand that our tax dollars work for us, not for them. I personally don't want our staff to be laid off, but how can staff leadership continue to hire staff when the city clearly has no money to sustain those positions? Back in September, the city had 54 staff vacancies. Last I checked, we hired 20 new staff. Since then, We recommended hiring freeze until staff and city council got a handle on their spending problem, but that was disregarded. Louis, our director of finance, how much would it cost for the city to sustain the 34 vacant positions for 12 months, including payroll and fringe benefits? We don't want percentages. We don't want prorated figures. We are requesting dollar breakdowns per position. We also want to see the same cost breakdown for the 20 positions recently hired. Let's start there. This financial mess occurred on your watch, and now you claim to be financial experts? Give me a break. Here's what's ironic. Our mayor and city manager claim they believe in transparency. Let me remind you all, I submitted a public records request January the 5th. As of today, the results of the survey that we paid $114,000 for have not been shared with the residents. That's $114,000. Let me hear that again. Nothing to show for it. This is leadership representing us throwing our tax money away instead of investing it in what we want. Interesting, there is never enough money to address our potholes, our trees, our beat up sidewalks, but there's always money for nonsense. Now you want taxpayers to pay another $250,000 to put this on a June ballot? That's not democracy. That's manipulation, that's arrogance, and that's exactly why we don't trust you. No trust, no UUT.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Claudia y soy residente de Southgate desde hace 25 años.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia and I'm a resident of Southgate for 25 years.
Como ya he venido en algunas otras ocasiones, yo no estoy de acuerdo con el aumento.
I've been here many other times and I don't agree with the tax.
Y tampoco quisiera que nadie de aquí perdiera su trabajo.
I wouldn't want anyone that's here to lose their job.
Pero mi pregunta es, ¿por qué llegamos a este punto?
My question is, how do we get to this point?
Yo no tengo datos ni mucho menos, pero yo vengo a hablar por mi familia.
I don't have the data, but I do come to speak on behalf of my family.
Y respeto el punto de vista de todos aquí.
And I respect everyone's point of view here.
Pero para mí ese 7% es demasiado.
But for me, that 7% is a lot.
Nosotros tenemos que pensar cada mes en pagar nuestra hipoteca con dificultades.
We need to think about every month paying our rent, our mortgage.
No malgasto mi dinero en ir a comer fuera.
I don't use my money, in a bad way to go and eating out.
Ni en paseos.
Or on trips.
Ni mucho menos porque no es que no quiera, sino porque no puedo hacerlo.
And it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I can't.
Y sé que mi posición es la posición de muchas familias de aquí de la ciudad.
My position, I know that my position is the position of many residents here in the city.
Y no me da pena decirlo.
And I'm not embarrassed to say it.
Soy una familia de bajos recursos.
I'm a family, low income family.
Pero trabajadora.
But I work hard.
Y no he robado ni robaré a nadie.
And I've never robbed nor will I rob anyone.
Yo he estado escuchando sus aseguranzas, sus pensiones.
I've been hearing about the insurance and the pension.
El jefe de policía,
the chief of police,
creo que es más joven que yo.
I think he's younger than me.
Y ya se jubiló.
And he already retired.
Yo todavía tengo que batallar muchos años.
I still have to work many more years.
Para poder tener una pensión.
So that I can have a pension.
Mediocre.
Que
ni para vivir me va a dar.
That is not even going to allow me to live.
Y todavía tengo que trabajar muy duro para conseguirla.
And I still have to work very hard to get it.
Si alcanzo, ¿eh?
That's if I get there.
Yo respeto los puntos de vista de ustedes 5.
I respect the point of view of all 5 of you.
Y sé que no es fácil estar sentado allí.
I know it's not easy to be sitting there.
Y tomar las decisiones.
And make the decisions.
Pero nosotros, la comunidad,
but as the community,
confiamos en ustedes.
We trust in you all.
Yo ni siquiera puedo tener una membresía del parque.
I can't even have a membership at the gym.
Aunque sea residente.
Even though I'm a resident.
Y sean económicas.
And they're low, like,
no la puedo tener.
I can't have it.
Mi casa necesita muchos arreglos.
My house needs a lot of work.
Más sin embargo,
even though,
tengo que pensar primero en mi hipoteca.
I have to think first in
y
my
llevar
mortgage.
un plato de comida a mi casa.
And to have food in my house.
Entonces, si para muchos aquí
If for a lot of us here,
el 7% no es nada para su bolsillo,
7% is not a lot for
para mí y muchos sí lo es.
for me and for a lot of people, it is a lot.
Yo no quisieran recortes,
I wouldn't want there to be any
ni
cuts
que toda esta gente perdiera sus trabajos,
or that nobody here loses their job.
pero quisiera que buscaran una solución que a todos no nos solucione la vida, pero por lo menos que no nos la complique más.
And to find a resolution that maybe won't complicate it for everyone.
Espero que tomen una buena decisión.
I hope that you all make a good decision.
Y no sé qué decirles, pero por favor,
I don't know what else to say, but thank you.
hagan lo mejor que
But
puedan.
please do what you can.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Katy Mesa, residente de Southgate.
Kathy Mesa, Southgate resident.
No quiero repetir lo que ya dije en todas las otras juntas,
I don't want to repeat what I've said in other meetings,
pero cuando dicen dejen que la gente decida,
but when they say let the people decide,
nosotros no decidimos estar en un déficit por su irresponsabilidad.
we don't decide to be in a deficit because of your irresponsibility.
Y cuando ponen los recortes que van a hacer solo para alarmar a las personas,
And when you speak of the cuts that you will make just to scare people,
¿por qué no hacen un estudio y buscan más soluciones
why don't you do a study and look for more resolutions
que beneficien a la comunidad que ya está siendo afectada?
that can benefit the community that's already being affected?
La comunidad latina y la comunidad inmigrante
The Latin community and the immigrant community
está siendo atacada por las redadas de ICE.
are being attacked by the ICE raids,
Y la ciudad, en lugar de buscar cómo ayudar a esa comunidad,
and the city, instead of looking how to help the community,
está pensando cómo sacar más dinero y dejar a la comunidad con más problemas.
is looking for more ways to get more money and to, ¿cuál fue la última, perdón? Lo último que dijo?
Y dejar que tengamos más problemas.
And let them have more problems.
Los servicios de los que mencionan que van a hacer recortes, ninguno es gratis.
All of the programs that you're saying will be cut are not free.
Todos los servicios que ofrece la ciudad cuestan.
All the services that the city provides have a cost.
Y cuando dicen que $35 al mes no va a afectar a las comunidades,
When you say that $35 a month will not affect the community,
entonces no saben a qué comunidad están sirviendo.
then you don't know which community you're serving.
Son comunidades de bajos recursos
It's a low income community
que la mayoría gana el mínimo,
that most a salary is the minimum,
pero los precios están altos,
but the prices are high,
especialmente la renta, la comida,
especially rent and food,
las utilidades.
utilities.
Entonces, si llegaron a este punto,
So if we got to this point,
deben que hacerse responsables y tomar las decisiones que beneficien a la comunidad.
you need to be responsible and make decisions that benefit the community.
Porque si alguien está en una emergencia fiscal,
Because if we're in a fiscal emergency,
somos las familias de bajos recursos.
are the low income families.
Si en mi casa no me alcanza para pagar mi renta,
If in my house I don't have enough to make the rent,
yo no voy a decidir entre cortarle la comida a mis hijos o ir al cine un fin de semana.
I'm not going to decide between feeding my children or going to the movies on the weekend.
Es sentido común que yo voy a asegurar la comida de mis hijos.
It's common sense that I'm going to make sure my children have food.
Entonces, ustedes si saben que están en un déficit,
So if you all know there's a deficit,
porque la primera decisión es poner un utility tax a la comunidad.
what is the first decision to put a UT to the community?
Si dicen que 32 empleados van a perder su trabajo,
If you
porque
say that-
abrieron posiciones para 50.
If you say that 32 employees will lose their job, why would you open positions for 50?
Otra de las cosas es el dinero que se va a la policía.
The money that goes to the police department,
También es una opción que pueden buscar.
it's an option that you can also look into.
Otras ciudades comparadas con Southgate pagan mucho menos en policías.
Other cities compared to the city of Southgate pay their police officers much less.
Y cuando hemos tenido juntas de vecinos con los policías
And when we've had neighborhood meetings with the police department
y les exponemos nuestras preocupaciones,
and we tell them our worries,
todas sus respuestas son, no podemos hacer nada.
all their answers are there's nothing we can do.
Si viene un homeless a tu casa y se mete y roba, ¿qué va a hacer la policía? Nada. Esas son sus respuestas.
If a homeless comes to your house and robs you, what can the police department do? And she says that their response is nothing.
Uno de los policías con los que tuvimos una reunión de vecinos,
One of the officers that we had the neighborhood meeting with,
cuando le dijeron sobre los robos, su respuesta fue,
when they told him about the robberies, his response was,
si tienen con qué dispararle, solo denle en los pies para que no lo maten.
if you have what you can to shoot him, shoot at his feet so that you don't kill him.
Entonces, ¿de qué nos sirve la policía?
So what is the use of the police department here?
So, ahora que ya van a hacer los recortes y van a quitar a los que cruzan a los niños,
So now that you're going to do cuts and remove the crosswalk,
pongan a los policías o pongan a los empleados de la ciudad para que les quiten su sueldo.
put police officers or city employees so that they can use their salaries properly.
Y como les dije la vez pasada,
And like I said last time,
ustedes no necesitan un utility tax, ustedes necesitan un ATM.
you guys don't need a utility tax, you need an ATM.
Good evening, Edgar Pelayo, Madison Avenue. So this question was asked earlier, why are we here, right? Well, we're here because of a series of decisions and priorities that you as council and staff have made for everyone back here, residents and employees. This series of decisions that you guys have made has gotten us to where we are now, right? You guys have been there. Few of you have been there over 20 years. Some of you have been there maybe 4 or 8 years, but you've all been here to make those decisions. And those decisions affect everyone, again, including the employees. So, this is about trust. This is about transparency and accountability. And, if we ask ourselves, where's that trust? Well, let's talk about that, right? Because if I remember correctly, there were several versions that were said about this. We don't know. It's out of our control. It's only $4 million. Now it's $9 million. And most recently, Councilmember Hurtado said at a podcast that it was because of GM and because of Firestone Tire Company, who left maybe 30, 40 years ago. So we're pointing fingers, basically, right? Instead of pointing fingers at ourselves, because you guys made those decisions. This is all on you guys. So again, we're here to voice our opinion. We're here to say something. And everyone's holding signs back here and saying, let the residents speak, right? Well, our voice has come out, right, in these surveys that haven't been shared. Again, that hits the transparency, that hits the trust component, because how do we know that you guys are going to do what you're saying you're going to do? How can we believe you? I don't think we can. And, we have to look at just different things, right? So again, Measure P was passed back in 2008, right? I think we've generated maybe about $200 million from that since then. It was supposed to go to public safety, programming, seniors, parks, a lot of different things. Ask ourselves, has that happened? I don't know if it has, because we haven't been told. Again, there's nothing that says, hey, this is where the money has gone. So here you are. Years ago, you asked employees not to take raises, to forgo these raises. You asked residents to pay a little bit more in 2008, that 1% that you asked for. And ask yourselves, again, have we seen that? So now you're back over here asking for more, saying that this time we're going to do it, right? Well, employees, I want you to ask yourself, was it worth it? This raise and these raises that you've given up, was that worth it? Because as we can see, nothing happened with that. These programs that you're threatening to, shut down for youth and for seniors, I mean, come on, you guys are going after them? So make those decisions, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Meza Medrano, and I am an officer with the Southgate Police Department and the current secretary of the Southgate Police Officers Association. On behalf of the Police Officers Association and the Police Management Association, I am here to express our full support for declaring a fiscal emergency and for placing a utility users tax measure on the June 2026 ballot. This is not a decision made lightly. It reflects the serious financial challenges our city faces today and the responsibility we all share to protect the services and programs our residents rely on every day. The Southgate Police Department has built a strong and positive reputation within this community, rooted in trust, professionalism, and service. Maintaining that standard requires stable and sustainable funding. Without it, the essential services that keep our neighborhoods safe, support community engagement, and enhance quality of life are put at risk. Many Southgate police officers and city employees grew up in this city and still have deep family roots here. Southgate is not just where we work, it is our home. Our families live here, our children grow up here, we attend community events here, and we take pride in this city. The services the city provides and the events it hosts are critical to building trust, connection, and civic pride. Nearly every surrounding city in Southeast Los Angeles, as well as Los Angeles County, has had a utility users tax in place for many years. Southgate now stands at a critical crossroads. The question before you is not whether a tax is imposed today, but whether the residents of Southgate are given the opportunity to decide for themselves. Allowing the voters to weigh in on a utility users tax respects their voice and their stake in the future of this city. Denying them that opportunity means accepting responsibility for the continued erosion of city services, community programs, and public safety resources. Without this measure, city-funded events, youth programs, and essential services will continue to be reduced, and over time, employee retention will become increasingly difficult as resources and stability decline. City employees have consistently put the community first, often doing more with less to ensure services continue despite financial strain. Declaring a fiscal emergency is a necessary and responsible fiscal planning. Placing the utility users tax on the ballot gives residents a direct voice in shaping the future of Southgate. The PMA and POA support this measure because we believe it is an investment in public safety, community stability, and the long-term well-being of our city. We stand ready to work with city leaders and with our residents to ensure Southgate remains a safe, vibrant, and proud community. Tonight, we respectfully urge this council to vote to place the utility users tax on the ballot, not to decide the outcome, but give the residents of Southgate the right to decide the future of their city.
Good evening. My name is Reina Trejo, and I've been a Southgate resident for close to 50 years. My parents moved to Southgate because it provided an opportunity to raise a family in a beautiful, safe, and family-friendly city. I'm now the proud owner of my childhood home. Due to medical reasons, I'm on a fixed income as of last year. So when I heard about the proposed utility tax, my first thought was that I can't afford that. With the prices of everything skyrocketing, $40 to $50 extra per month isn't something that I'm comfortable with. However, if cuts to city services are imminent without the utility tax, I can think of other things that I also cannot afford, such as cuts to our police department. Less police officers will lead to much increased response times to calls. Less urgent calls, public nuisance, loud music, etc., will probably not even be considered. I cannot afford to jeopardize my family's safety. The elimination of school crossing guards. I can't afford to throw the safety of children, including my grandchildren, by the wayside. The elimination of our graffiti removal program. I cannot afford to invite rival gangs to mark their territories and increase their wars in my backyard. Parks and recreation cuts. Programs and facilities would be cut by about 50% during the year, including our pool and sports programs. That's half. I can't afford to have youth roaming the streets looking for something to do because they can't afford to go to other cities for these programs, or they're just too far. Cuts to tree trimming, sidewalk repairs, and pothole repairs. I cannot afford for the large tree in front of my house to fall on my property, my vehicle, or people walking by. And I can't afford vehicle damage due to potholes. The elimination of city-sponsored events like the Street Fair, Police Navidad, the Azalea Festival, Family Day in the Park, 4th of July, Halloween festivals, etc. These are things that will cost me more because I will have to travel along with my family to neighboring cities to enjoy what we have now. I'd like to keep it here in Southgate where my 2-year-old grandson can enjoy all of the benefits that we have now, the same as my 21-year-old grandson enjoyed. Southgate will deteriorate, crime will increase, and property values will decline. And that I can't afford. I implore you to let democracy reign and give our residents a choice and a vote in the matter. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Guadalupe Ramirez, and I'm here tonight not only as a Southgate resident, but as a local business owner who has chosen to invest in this city. I live here, I work here, I raise my family here, and I believe in this community. Running a business in Southgate depends on a stable, functioning city. We depend on reliable public safety services, well-maintained streets, responsive city departments, and infrastructure that works. When a city enters a fiscal emergency, those basic services are the first to suffer. And when services suffer, businesses suffer, residents suffer, our quality of life declines. As a business owner, I understand that no one likes new taxes. Every dollar matters to families and to small businesses like mine. But I also understand budgets. When expenses continue and revenue falls short, tough decisions must be made. Ignoring the problem does not make it go away. It only makes the cuts deeper later. A utility user's tax spreads the responsibility broadly and proportionately. It gives residents the opportunity to vote and decide whether they want to maintain essential services rather than see reductions that could impact public safety, community programs, and the overall economic stability of our city. If Southgate is forced into a fiscal emergency, the consequences won't be as direct. It could mean fewer services, slower response times, deferred maintenance, and reduced investment in the very things that make businesses want to stay and families want to put down roots. I am in favor in placing the utility users tax on the ballot, not because taxes are popular, but because stability, safety, and long-term planning matter. Southgate deserves the opportunity to choose its future. Thank you.
Buenas noches, Mayor, City Council.
Good evening, mayors and city council.
Yo he vivido aquí en Southgate por los últimos 37 años.
I
Soy
lived here in
residente de
Southgate.
aquí.
I've lived here in
Tengo mi
Southgate.
casa también desde hace 25 años.
Si me permite traducir, por favor. I'm a resident of Southgate for the last 37 years, and I have my property here in the city of Southgate.
Y lo que estoy mirando y acerca de todos los comentarios,
And what I'm seeing and all the comments here,
tenemos el beautiful bill de Don Tron aquí en Southgate.
do we have the beautiful bill of Donald Trump here in Southgate?
No,
No, we don't.
no podemos cortarle los recursos al parque.
We cannot cut the funding to the park.
Señor Hurtado, usted trabajó de coach allí en el parque.
Mr.
Por
Hurtado,
muchos años.
you worked as a coach
Cuando
in the
usted
city,
estaba ahí, mis
in
hijos
the park
jugaban
of Southgate
béisbol.
for many years. When my children were small, you coached.
María,
Maria,
el grupo de mujeres, del Club de Mujeres de Multicultural Women's Club, donde yo fui parte por 15 años,
the women's club that I was a part of for 15 years,
sacamos a Robles porque desfalcó a la ciudad con 10 millones de dólares.
we took out Robles because they lost $10 million.
We are looking something similar here? I don't think so. I believe in you, all of you guys here. You represent our city. La ciudad de Southgate fue nombrada All American City.
The city of
All
Southgate
American
was,
City.
the city of
Long
Southgate
time
was
ago.
named an All-American city a long time ago.
Y también fue nombrada la ciudad de la Azalea.
And it was named the Azalea City
¿Por qué? Por el
Why?
ejemplo que se pone en esta ciudad.
because of the example that's put in the city.
Es una ciudad bonita,
It's a beautiful city.
es una ciudad que se preocupa por sus residentes
It's a city that worries about the residents
y por la gente que viene a este lugar,
and for the people that come to this,
a las ferias,
to the fairs,
a los Multicultural Women's Club Events que tienen en el parque también para la mujer. Ya viene el 8 de marzo, Día Internacional de la Mujer.
The Multicultural Women's Club that is coming up, the event is coming up on March 8th.
He estado en eventos de la policía
I've been to the police events,
y definitivamente necesitamos a la policía.
and definitely we do need the police department.
Ahorita yo miro chamacos en bicicletas que andan robando
Right now, I see a lot of kids on bikes that are robbing the catalytic converters.
Me tocó reportar algunos y salió cierto, en sus mochilas llevaban catalizadores.
I reported one, and they did find a catalytic converter in his backpack.
Y si dejamos que la ciudad se siga invadiendo,
And if we allow the city to be invaded,
vamos a terminar como la ciudad de Wax o peor.
we're going to end up like the city of Watts or worse.
And we don't want that.
We don't want that.
Definitely I don't want that for my city. Porque con María también peleamos en el grupo de Padres Unidos Pro Nuevas Escuelas
With Maria, we also fought on that organization she mentioned,
para que construyeran más de 6 escuelas nuevas en Southgate.
so they can make 6 new schools in the city of
Y
Southgate.
eso fue histórico porque en todo el país de Estados Unidos no se habían construido todas esas escuelas
That
en un
was
solo
historic.
tiempo.
That was historic because in no other city in the United States did that happen at once.
So I believe that Southgate has women of courage. Maria is a woman of courage. Remember Maria? Our group? So we have people here that they are concerned about the safety and the good for our community. And we need to be together. We don't need to be divided. What I see a lot of here in the room is a lot of people are divided because of the malinformation, bad information. We need to get informed. When we fight for the new schools, we have to take signatures. We have to take pictures of the conditions of our school. We have to go to the representatives. We even have a group that go to the Congress. So we have to get educated. We need to educate ourselves. We need to process.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry. You have to
Okay.
direct your.
How we process everything, because everything needs to be in order. Primero tenemos que educarnos y formar una alianza con ellos,
First,
no
we need to
desaliarnos de ellos,
educate yourself and ally us with the council members.
porque ellos son nuestros representantes y nosotros votamos para
represent
que
us.
ellos estuvieran ahí.
They represent us, and we voted for them to be in the position they're in.
No permitamos que este punto de los taxis nos divida.
Let's not allow that this point of the taxes divide us.
Kennedy say, it's not what the country do for you, but what you do for your country. What we can do for our city to help these people that is our represent. What we can do. Come to the meetings. Today we have a lot of people. I was surprised. Outside is very, very overcrowded. Why? Because it matters. So it matters for them to come every meeting that they have, so you can give them ideas. Maybe you can give a good idea. My idea, if you're gonna, if the tax is gonna pass, I don't want my street to look like a roller coaster, because that's what I have in my street, because they just put patches on it and it goes like this. Okay? And over there in Southern, I don't know who put that idea to put that part over there on top of the electricity. That's bad for our children. And now it's a place for homeless and the bathroom is very ugly. So for the city, my idea, why you don't put a parking lot and then you charge digital and put solar system, so you don't spend money on electricity there. This is an idea. You can have money. Somebody doesn't park right or somebody let the car there, is money for the city. Straight go to the bank or wherever it goes the money.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the public for coming today. We all concerned, but together we can do something. But being apart,
Thank you
we
very
cannot
much.
do anything.
Thank you. And I will say, I think she got the cheat code. If you speak Spanglish, you can get 6 minutes, but that's not normal. So if you're going to start in Spanish, I'm going to ask that we stay in Spanish, so that way we can give you the respect of give you the 6 minutes. And if you're going to be speaking in English, we stay in English, so that way you get the 3 minutes, so you don't get additional time. Yeah. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Madeline Sinclair. I've been a Southgate resident for over 40 years. I come before you tonight as a Southgate resident, a community advocate who has worked alongside numerous police departments and federal agencies to strengthen trust between law enforcement and communities they serve. As someone whose family legacy is rooted in public service, I am the great niece of Senator Claiborne Pell of Rhode Island, whose leadership expanded access to higher education through the creation of Pell Grants and supported initiatives that strengthen communities across the country. The legacy has taught me that responsible governance means protecting people while first building opportunities for the future. Let me speak clearly. Public safety is not optional. It is not political, and it should never be treated as a bargaining chip when balancing a budget. Residents expect leadership and that protects the safety first of communities, decisions with transparency and honesty. We continue to hear discussions about reducing resources connected to our police department, yet residents are still waiting for one clear answer. How will our neighborhoods remain safe if resources are reduced? Where's the measurable impact analysis showing response times will not increase and officers will not be stretched thinner? If funding is truly the concern, then let's be honest about the options available. The user's utility tax, the UUT, can be placed before the voters if additional revenue is needed. Let the people decide if they want to invest more into services that protect them rather than reducing essential public safety resources without clear alternative. Southgate is a working class community. Parents, their children, safe walking home. Seniors want to feel secure while stepping out. Business owners want to know their investments are protected. And these are not extreme demands. They are basic expectations. Respectfully, decisions that affect public safety must include the public before they move forward, not after. Too many residents feel conversations happen behind closed doors, and that creates distrust. Leadership requires engagement, not assumptions. We believe in balance and progress, but balance does not mean weakening the very system people depend on during emergencies. Residents deserve transparency, clear data, and meaningful opportunities to participate in shaping these decisions. Tonight, I urge this council to slow down, listen carefully, and consider the voices of the people who live here every day. Your fiduciary duty is not only to the numbers on the spreadsheet, but it is to safety, stability, and trust of this community. Southgate residents are paying attention. We deeply care about our city, and we expect decisions that reflect that same level of care. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Pablo Cifuentes. I've been a volunteer coach here for the city of Southgate for many years, and I am here with my kids too, who also love playing here. So cities around us already have a user's utility tax, so it's clear that Southgate should get this on the ballot. And I'm sure there's some good things would happen with that because people want our resources to stay in place. So I'm not for more taxes, but this is a special case because Southgate offers a lot of services, resources, and especially sports. And many residents from other cities come to Southgate to sign their kids up for sports. And many adults from other cities, they also register to participate here in Southgate sports, such as in softball, baseball, basketball, soccer, and more. So Southgate is a highlight city in our area. I'm going to use the city of Bell as an example, not to throw rocks at that city, but it's just simply the truth. There's nothing better than the truth. All right. So I'm going to talk on City of Bell and how it charges a lot of property tax and users utility tax. I'm going to say that again. City of Bell charges a lot of UUT, users utility tax, and they rarely offer any sports and resources for their residents, which forces many Bell families to look for sports for their children. And I know this firsthand because I've been volunteering as a baseball coach here in Southgate for many years. I've seen many families from other cities come and Southgate, I see many families come to Southgate for sports because Southgate is such a great city to its residents. And many of my friends that aren't Southgate residents, but they still come and register their kids here. So Southgate dedicates a lot of time and energy ensuring that our children stay active in sports, which helps our kids stay safe in supervised areas rather than on the streets and up to who knows what and in danger of many things we see on the news, especially now. So we've been seeing a lot of crazy stuff on the news. So it's glad that we get to come here and speak and exercise our political rights. So I'm a teacher with a PE background, so I love sports naturally. And I also know how important it is to stay active. So again, a lot of people come to Southgate Park to jog. They come to walk their dogs. They come to bring their children to use the pool. to play in our playgrounds, to play tennis, handball, to use the batting cages. And I can go on for a long, but I'm running out of time. So the truth is Southgate has continued to offer this to Southgate residents, and Southgate residents have not been paying a user's utility tax. So just to show, I'm not going to say, well, I want to address them that way, but to show those people that are against it, that Southgate has been very kind without charging a user's utility tax. Because many other cities, they don't charge this low 7% that's going to cost maybe $30. A lot of cities charge way more, and Southgate doesn't charge anything right now, and you guys are very good to us. So thank you.
Right here, stand right here, boys. Damien, you're gonna stand right here because you're gonna be talking soon. I am. You right here. Oh, look. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maria Cortez. I have been a resident of Southgate for 50 years, and I currently volunteer 100% of my time with our youth soccer program. I am the regional commissioner for Southgate AYSO. And first and foremost, I would like to thank everybody, the city council, Tina, who've always been very supportive and getting us the fields for our boys to have soccer. Last night, we had Luca from Street Soccer USA show up. We had a quick meeting, and he was really excited to see all the kids practicing at our fields, at your fields, though. I would like to thank, I'm sorry, it is truly a beautiful thing to see our children enjoying their time playing soccer, learning teamwork, staying active, and building confidence in a safe and positive environment. I'm going to make it short. All I am asking is that the residents be given the opportunity to vote on that UUT and be placed on the ballot. Thank you for your time and consideration. And now I have, we did bring some of our team members, and we have Damien, who is in our U12 division, right? Oh, U11, sorry. And so we have some of our different divisions here. So go ahead, Damien.
I have been coming to these meetings with my parents, and I hear all this money was invested into the park, and now you're saying you're closing them down. So you mean to tell me that you wasted all that money for nothing? And also, where are we gonna practice? Where are we gonna practice?
Okay, so you say thank you for giving me.
Thank you for giving me this time. And thank you for allowing us to practice on the field.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Chacon. I am the mother of the child who's been coming to these meetings, and all he hears is about the money and not knowing where it went. I have requested many times in regards to the AB 158 funds, the 2 mil. I didn't get any responses before the Parks and Recreation Director, before he retired, and then Tina came in. Never got a response. We still don't know where that money went. I was told by the previous director that it is allocated to specific parks. And I did my research, and it was supposed to be allocated to Holidale Park, but they cannot find the records of what happened to that money. So I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm still waiting for answers, and I will continue to try to get information from the city, because now I have to tell 450 children that they will not be having practice and nowhere to play. Thank you.
Hello, Jennifer Seipert. I am an employee of the city of Southgate, and I'm a 47-year resident of the city of Southgate. I went to Southgate Junior High and high school. I'm as local as you can get. And so I am telling you that you can, all the people that are packed in here, if you took their opinions right now, it still wouldn't equal all of Southgate. The surveys that people are questioning and still want to see do not equal my voice and the rest of my neighbors and my family that live in Southgate. The only thing that does is a vote. You let the citizens vote, and that's their voice. I think you guys have forgotten, at least a couple of you, what you're here for. You're here to serve the city, not political needs, not anything else. I'm very offended that at the start of this might go to vote, it might not, but you've already tainted it by saying that we get 110,000. If you check, the average employee in the city of Southgate receives $24,000 to $76,000. So you guys are creating the poverty. If you look at the management and the directors, that is the numbers that you gave. And these are the people sitting right here. Not one of them is on the cutting block. Not one of their salaries is on the cutting block. You want to cut the very people who provide the services that in 2020, when we were in $7 million in the hole, you, Pilar, said that you didn't want to put it on our backs. So don't put it on our backs now. Put it in our hands and let us vote. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Baran, council members. My name is Patty Carmelo, and I'm an LUSE employee, and I'm an advocate. So I come before you once again with a clear and urgent message on behalf of the residents of Southgate. At the last council meeting, I listened closely when a resident shared that she earned $17 an hour and that paying a utility user tax will place a hardship on her household. I'd heard her loud and clear, and I took her concerns very seriously. So because of her testimony, I intentionally focused my outreach on communities where utility user tax is already part of their daily living expenses. After speaking with more than 100 families, that's including where I have an advocate and also a navigator with our neighborhood schools that do have this utility tax, we come across that an average of every person makes around $23 an hour and typically have two income earners sharing the cost of living. These families understand the financial pressure, yet they repeatedly express that this decision must be placed before the voters, not withheld from them. I understand the cost personally. I evaluated my own spending habits. I realized that I spend about $45 a month on just Starbucks coffee alone. This comparison does not mean to dismiss anyone's financial hardship, and is simply to show that many necessity city services cost far most maintained and often as we realize. The budget gap we face is not hypothetical or invented. It reflects the reality of rising operational costs, inflation, and essential services that have become more expensive to sustain. Southgate is experiencing an ongoing structural budget gap of approximately $9 million, where ongoing costs exceed ongoing revenues. The city reports that this shortfall is not one-time issue, but driven by rising pension costs, works compensation, liability insurance, and health insurance increase that the city cannot fully control. City staff has presented similar data at multiple council meetings. On January 13th, the council was informed of a $9.4 million structural deficit. And I am sorry for my voice. For the upcoming fiscal year, it was further explained that without any revenue, the city would need to enact deep cuts affecting police staffing, parks, events, and response times. Additional city documentation confirmed the same. Southgate ongoing revenue sits about $71 million, while ongoing costs are over $80 million, resulting about an average to $8 to $9 million gap. One-time funds such as federal relief dollars and reserve draws have already been used to delay survey cuts, and these funds are nearly exhausted. The city-owned Fiscal Challenge report estimate that with a 7% UUT could generate approximately $9 million annually, which aligns directly with the document deficit and would prevent the reductions of current service level, staffing essential community programs. The community's
Th-
message is
thank you, Ms.
loud
Patty.
and clear.
We have to continue.
So
I'm
with that
sorry.
is to say, that the
I'm
committee is
sorry.
just asking, please let democracy take its course. Let us vote.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, concejales. Mi nombre es Felicitas Valenzuela y soy residente de Southgate por más de 30 años.
Good evening.
Como-
I'm a resident of Southgate for more than 30 years.
Como una persona mayor y como varios de aquí, estoy cansada de ver cómo suben los costos.
As an elderly person, and like many here, I'm tired of the cost of living going up.
Cansada de ver cómo suben los biles. Estoy cansada de que me digan que los residentes deben pagar un poco más.
I'm tired of the bills going up and that being told that residents need to pay a little more.
Porque para las personas mayores, un poco más no existe.
For the elderly, a little more doesn't exist.
Solo hay más presión, más estrés, más sacrificio.
There's only more pressure, more stress, more sacrifice.
Vivimos con ingresos fijos, límites fijos
We live with a fixed income
y realidades fijas.
and fixed realities.
Pero ustedes ya lo saben.
But you already know that.
Cuando los precios suben, nuestros ingresos se mantienen igual.
When prices go up, our income stays the same.
Cuando los biles suben, nuestros cheques no. Sin embargo, su propuesta pedimos especialmente a las personas mayores que paguemos más. ¿Pagar para qué?
¿Me permite traducir, por favor? ¿Sí lo puede repetir? Perdón.
Ajá. Le pedimos especialmente a las personas mayores
The elderly people
que paguemos más.
that you want us to pay more.
¿Pagar para qué?
Pay for what?
Para sobrevivir.
To live?
La electricidad, el agua y el gas no son opcionales.
Electricity, water, and gas are not optional.
No son lujos.
It's not a luxury, it's a necessity.
Son necesidades. Imponer impuestos a las necesidades es un castigo.
Adding a tax to a necessity is oh my gosh.
Para las
Punishment,
personas
thank you.
mayores, el aumento de los costos de los servicios públicos significan elegir entre medicamentos, biles o entre comidas, electricidad.
For the elderly residents, it's putting the taxes between paying for medication, food,
Y entre comodidad y nuestra seguridad.
and our security.
Así es como vive la gente.
That's how people live.
¿Por qué? La
Why?
solución siempre son los residentes,
The solution is always the residents.
porque la responsabilidad cae ante nosotros
The responsibility falls on us
antes que ustedes.
instead of all of you.
Nosotros vemos lo que está pasando.
We see what's going on.
Cuando la ciudad necesita dinero, los residentes pagan.
When the city needs money, the residents pay.
Quieren que nos sintamos diferentes.
They want us to feel different.
Entonces, demuéstrenoslo.
Then show us.
¿Dónde se va el dinero?
Where does the money go?
¿Qué pasó con todos esos millones de dólares
What happened with all those millions of dollars
de la medida P,
for Measure P,
en cual todos votamos?
in which we all voted?
Somos gente que trabajó
We are people that work,
y somos gente que paga impuestos.
and we're people that pay taxes.
Somos gente que ayuda a construir esta comunidad.
We're people that help build up this community.
Somos gente que los elegimos y confiamos en ustedes y liderazgo
We are people that elected you all, and we trust in your leadership
para mejorar nuestras vidas,
to better our lives,
no para perjudicarlas.
not to make it worse.
La confianza se gana y nosotros estamos poniendo mucha atención.
Trust is built, and we're paying a lot of attention.
Les pedimos a ustedes
We ask you all
que no perjudiquen nuestra supervivencia. Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Margarita Valenzuela, and I'm a Southgate resident for over 30 years. I'm here because I oppose this utility tax. Let's call this what it is. It's a tax on survival. You are proposing to make water, electricity, and gas more expensive during a time when residents are already drowning in costs and making ends meet. Families are choosing between groceries and bills. Seniors are on fixed incomes are forced to choose between heating their homes and paying for other necessities. Parents are watching utility bills climb month after month, and the city's answer is to add another charge on essential services. No one can cut back on keeping the lights on or having running water. This tax punishes people simply for living. It is especially troubling in the lack of transparency. Where is the money going? Wasn't there over $200 million there during Measure P? Where was it spent on? Because from the community's perspective, this feels like residents are being asked to pay more without a clear, honest explanation of why. Before you raise your cost on working families, the public deserves full transparency. Show residents the numbers. Show what cuts were made internally. Southgate residents are not an unlimited funding source. And stop the threat of cutting services meant to protect us. True leadership involves navigating budget challenges without compromising public safety. I urge this council to reject this proposal and start with accountability, efficiency, and transparency. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Gina Vargas. I'm a detective at Southgate PD, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the work that's being done to protect the most vulnerable members of our community, our children. If the city chooses not to allow citizens to vote on a utility users tax and instead addresses budget shortfalls through reductions, I want to be very clear what it means for child exploitation and internet crimes against children investigations. These cases are some of the most complex, time-consuming, and resource-intensive investigations that we handle. They involve identifying offenders who exploit and abuse children online, conduct digital forensic analysis, and coordinating with state, local, and federal partners in building cases that can withstand intense legal scrutiny. They're not quick investigations, and they cannot be done effectively without adequate staffing, training, and technology. And when budgets are cut, child exploitation work is often impacted first, not because it's unimportant, but because it is specialized. Fewer detectives and fewer officers means fewer cases assigned. Investigations may not be initiated at all unless the harm is already severe and possibly happening in real time. And the reality is that every delay allows offenders to continue to exploit children, often not just in Southgate, but across jurisdictions. These crimes do not stop just at city boundaries in the city of Southgate, and when we step back, the harm multiplies. Child exploitation investigations are also preventative. Many offenders that we identify are often repeat offenders, and when we interrupt the behavior early, we prevent future victims and sometimes dozens and hundreds of them. So budget cuts don't just reduce services, they increase long-term harm and long-term costs to the community. This is not about just numbers on the spreadsheet, but it's whether you are willing to accept a reduction in our ability to protect children in exchange for short-term savings. I understand that decisions about taxes are difficult, and I respect the responsibility that you carry and all of the citizens carry, but I ask that you weigh your options, let the citizens decide, and consider the consequences of cuts that directly affect child exploitation. Once those resources are gone, rebuilding them is far more difficult than sustaining them. Thank you for your time and considering the impact the decision will have on our children, our families, and our community.
Sorry. Good evening, council members. My name is Lisa Bautista, and I am a 911 dispatcher here for the city of Southgate for almost 40 years. I also grew up here. I raised my family here, and I currently still reside in the community that I love and I have pride for. I'm here I'm here to urge you, once again, to please put the UUT on the ballot for the citizens of this community to decide. This is an issue that's been going back and forth for months. And I'm just not quite understanding why it's just taking up all this time. I would also like to briefly share my frustration at the previous council meeting that I missed from Councilwoman Avulos, where she had gave some facts or some numbers. I'm not sure where they came from, honestly, but the comment was that the average city employee makes over $100,000 with great benefits and a retirement package. Where these numbers came, I'm not sure. Were they averaged with division managers, department heads? Because if that's the case, then those numbers are skewed. I've been with this city, again, almost 40 years, and I can tell you my salary is nowhere over $100,000. And I'm just one of the many employees who are not in that threshold. This statement made it seem like we were all overpaid, and to me, it's a blatant disregard for my position, as well as the position of others. As a resident, I understand that the issues before us. I have a check, but I have to balance every month as well. I understand our expenditures supersede our revenues. I get that. But here's my reality. Here's my fear, that I'm going to come to work one day in the near future and see that I don't have adequate police officers to handle our daily calls for service. When I answer a 911 call and I hear the desperation, the caller's voice to just send someone right now. These are life and death calls. And I'm looking at a screen and I'm like, where am I going to find the officers? What's going to happen then? This council, citizens of the city of Southgate, this is my reality. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be standing here. And if we're going to cut services and we're going to eliminate positions, what's going to happen when I don't have the officers to send? As a concerned resident and employee, I hope my voice resonates with you. And I believe this is why we were elected into office. Please put this before the citizens. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Arturo Macias, President of the Southgate Police Officers Association. First of all, I grew up here in the city of Southgate. I was one of those children at the park. I was a Boy Scout. First time I heard of the police explorers, I decided to become a police explorer. Now I'm here as a police detective within the city. I stand before you tonight with a simple request. Put the user's utility tax on the ballot and let the residents decide. Let the residents decide if they want services cut. Let the residents decide if they want their children crossing busy streets without crossing guards because those positions were eliminated. Let the residents decide if they want graffiti to remain on walls longer, attracting gangs, gang wars, and undoing the hard work of our graffiti removal workers. Let the residents decide if they want abandoned furniture sitting on the sidewalk for weeks because Public Works staffing has been cut. Let the residents decide because permits take longer, slowing economic growth because staffing and licensing has been reduced. Let them also decide if they want to sit on hold during 911 emergencies because dispatchers were cut. These cuts are not hypothetical, they're real. They will have long-lasting impact on our community. You have hired experts, our city manager, our finance director, and they're advising you we are facing a fiscal emergency. They're telling you that placing a utility tax on the ballot is a responsible path forward so community can decide its own future. If these cuts are implemented, our city risks looking like some of our neighboring communities. You don't have to go far, just go across Alameda and you'll see. Is that what we want for Southgate? Is that what we want for our residents, our children, our neighborhoods? This decision should not rest with you 5 city council members. It should rest with the residents in the city. Place the UUT on the ballot and let the residents vote. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mariela Herrera. I am a detective with the Southgate Police Department. I am currently assigned to general investigations. I primarily investigate robberies, assault with deadly weapons, carjackings, and fraud-related crimes. These are serious offenses that directly impact the safety and stability of our community. Unlike television, they require time, follow-up, surveillance review, forensic coordination, warrant preparation, report writing, and consistent communication with victims and prosecutors. When staffing levels are reduced or positions remain unfilled, the workload does not decrease. The cases continue to come in. What changes is the amount of time available to give each investigation the attention it requires. As caseloads increase, follow-ups take longer. Evidence review slows, victims wait longer for updates. Warrant takes more time to prepare. In robbery and carjacking investigations, timely follow-ups can be the difference between identifying a suspect quickly or losing critical leads. In assault cases, delays can affect witness memory and evidence preservation. In fraud investigations, financial losses often continue while victims are waiting for resolution. Right now, every detective in our bureau is responsible for more than 100 active cases that require ongoing investigation. If investigative staffing is reduced, those cases do not disappear. They accumulate. And when cases accumulate, response times and resolution times are affected. As easy as it may be to view this as another budget decision, for those of us doing the work every day, the impact is immediate and real. It is important that we remain focused on maintaining the level of service our residents rely on. Public safety is not just about responding to calls. It is about follow-through, accountability, and seeing cases through to completion. I believe the residents of Southgate should have the opportunity to weigh in on those decisions. These services directly impact their safety, their neighborhoods, and their daily lives. Allowing the community to vote ensures transparency, accountability, and shared responsibility in determining how public safety is funded and sustained. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Buenas noches, miembros.
Good evening.
Seguimos en la misma cosa, ¿verdad? Igual,
We're still
como al
on the same
principio.
topic. We're still on the
Como
same
al
topic.
principio, no hay cambios, ¿verdad?
There are no changes, right?
Pues nomás les quiero decir una cosa que
¿Puede dar el nombre, por favor?
sí, mi nombre es María Escorona.
My name
Gracias.
is Maria Escalona.
Y lo que les vengo a decir es que muchas de las personas de ustedes que ya están retirados,
A lot
yo
of y'all
pienso
that are
que
retired. Mhm.
ya deberían de retirarse,
Yeah,
ya
you should all
estuvo
retire.
bueno. Yo creo que ya han ganado bastante dinero
You all
para...
already have made enough money.
Esa sería una buena decisión de ustedes para que hubiera más dinero.
That should be a
Ahora,
good decision for you all so that there could be more money.
otra de las cosas, las cosas siguen igual. He estado observando el lugar ahí donde se ha construido. Están queriendo que
has-
se haga el aumento y no han terminado todavía todo lo que está ahí que no han construido.
Nothing has
Ustedes-
changed and there has been no change to the construction.
¿Ustedes piensan que les vamos a tener confianza?
You think that we will have trust in you?
No. Otra
No.
de las cosas, la persona que estaba hablando antes dice que estamos divididos.
The person that spoke earlier that said that we're divided.
No estamos divididos,
We are not
porque la
divided.
cosa es que nosotros como residentes venimos a pedir para nosotros,
Us as residents come to speak for ourselves.
personas de la unión y que vienen, así deberían de estar todo el tiempo aquí
People
apoyando a
that-
la comunidad.
People from the
No nada
union.
más cuando les está afectando,
People from the
entonces
union.
sí vienen. Perdón,
Señora María.
Señora, ¿me
Señora
permite
María.
traducir, por favor?
¿Cómo?
¿Sí me permite traducir, por favor?
Sí,
Señora María.
¿Mm?
María, aquí al frente.
dígame.
Nomás, si por favor puede hablar con los otros.
Sí.
Gracias.
So dice que,
Esa es la misma que hable con ustedes.
wait, I'm supposed to be doing English.
Con ustedes
Sorry
o
about
con allá,
that.
quien sea.
She's saying that she wishes all the people that are here from the unions were here all the time and the employees.
No llegamos a nada. Aquí seguimos, ya ves que ahorita como la cuarta
We're not
junta
getting
que
anywhere.
tenemos
This is already the fourth meeting we have
y no hay una solución.
and there's no solution.
¿Qué otro nivel hay que subir uno aparte de aquí
To what other level do we have to get?
para mirar? Porque que estemos aquí como un caracol dando vueltas y vueltas
We're going in circles
y no hay una solución.
and there's no solution.
¿Qué es lo que tenemos que ver? ¿Que venga el gobierno federal o
What is it that we have
quién
to
tiene
do
que
for the
venir
federal
para
government to be
tener un
here
mejor plan?
to have a better plan?
Porque no ha habido bastante. Ustedes deberían, como representantes, de haber tenido una reserva.
You should have all
Una
had a
buena
reserve
reserva.
as representatives. You should have all had a reserve.
Es como cada uno de nosotros en nuestras casas,
Like all of us in our homes.
no vamos a salir con que, a último momento, ya no tengo presupuesto para sobrevivir el año que viene.
Oh, well, at last minute, I'm not going to have a budget to survive for the following
Es
year.
como yo lo comparo con ustedes,
That's how she
¿verdad?
compares it to you all.
Si, por ejemplo, la persona que estaba hablando antes de mí,
The person
que
that
dice
spoke
que es una
before me,
retirada, yo también soy una
and
persona
she's retired.
retirada.
She's also a person that's
¿Y qué
retired.
tenemos que hacer? Estirar nuestro dinero, aunque va a haber cierta excepción en los biles y eso para nosotros.
They have to stretch their money and there will be certain
Pero
exceptions with their bills.
cuando vayamos a las tiendas
When we go to the stores
o que quieramos comprar algo que quieramos,
or we want to buy something that we want,
igualmente vamos a pagar como cualquier hijo de vecino los taxis todos.
we're all going to pay
Nadie
taxes the
vamos a
same.
salir excluidos.
Nobody's
de
going to be
eso.
exempt.
Yo digo que ya que estamos todos aquí, deberíamos de buscar
Now
qué
that we're
otra
all
manera.
here,
No creo que sea la manera de estar hablando y hablando aquí todas las juntas. ¿Qué es lo que con votar que nos van a quitar el 7% no es una solución?
what is another way, another
La
resolution?
solución es de qué manera ustedes se van a hacer responsables
In what way are you all going to be responsible
de hacer esto sin que nos afecte a nosotros.
to fix the issue without it affecting us?
Ya se los dije la última vez, al paso que vamos a ir a parar de homeless
At-
abajo del puente.
At the rate we're going, we're going to be homeless under the bridge.
Y yo no nomás yo vengo por todos los seniors a hablar por los
I'm
seniors.
here to speak
Yo
on
no
behalf
vengo
of
por
all the
hablar
seniors.
por mi unión o por lo demás.
I'm not here to speak on behalf of
Ese
my
apoyo
union.
lo deberíamos de tener todo el tiempo, no nada más ahora.
That we
Que
should have
necesitan,
the
que quieren que les den una.
Señora
Everyone-
María,
No.
everyone that's here
Por favor,
should be here
señora.
all the
¿Quiere que lo
time.
mire? ¿Para qué?
sí, por favor.
¿Para qué quiere que lo mire?
Es que extraño su cara, por favor, si se puede volver a
No.
mirar.
¿Solo te quiere
I
reír de
miss
mí
your
o qué?
faces, so I want you to
Más
look
que me mira a
forward
mí.
at me.
¿Qué me gano con mirarte? ¿Tú crees que...? No, yo no me voy a dejar. Si yo miro que te ríes de todos, pues de mí
If you're
siquiera
laughing at
ríete.
me,
Pero esta lucha, todos la tenemos que seguir. A ver, digan, ¿sí o no?
we all need to be on the same page.
Yo creo que ¿qué tenemos que hacer? La intervención del gobierno
What
federal.
do we
¿O
have to do?
¿Qué es el
Intervention of the
siguiente
federal
paso que
government?
tenemos que seguir para
What
que
is
se
the next
arregle
step
esto?
so that this can be
Para que
fixed?
no les afecte más que nada a los niños
So it
y ni a
doesn't affect the
nosotros
kids
tampoco los residentes de
or
aquí
the
de
residents
Southgate.
of the city of Southgate.
¿Cuál es la solución?
What is the
No es la
solution?
solución a los aumentos.
It's not an
La
increase.
solución es que ustedes solucionen esto como representantes
You all need to-
responsables.
You all need to fix this as our
Lo estoy
representatives.
mirando, ¿verdad? Bueno. Entonces, ahora las personas que se están quejando de la policía,
The people that are-
de verdad estamos haciendo nuestro trabajo. Hay que ponernos la mano en el corazón y ver si de verdad estamos cumpliendo con nuestro trabajo.
Are we
Todos.
really doing our
Para
part and doing
todos.
our job?
Así
Gracias.
como nosotros los retirados
Gracias, María. Gracias.
cumplimos con nuestro deber de ir a trabajar para poder sobrevivir. Así también es la
Gracias.
responsabilidad de ustedes para que resuelvan este problema sin aumentarnos a nosotros los impuestos.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse me, Thomas, if you give me a second. Do you need a break? Yeah? We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'd just like to give my interpreter a break. She's been talking for a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Take a 5-minute break, Madam Clerk. All right, everybody, we'll go ahead and get started again. Madam Clerk, are we ready? Huh? All right, thank you. All right, Thomas, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. No running in the house. Right? All right, here we go. Thank you. No, green button.
Good thing I work in that industry. So, Council, thank you so much. I know there's a lot of city employees here and union people, and I completely understand their concern. I think if I was affected in my field by something else, I would have a lot of concern as well. But I want to remind them that they actually endorsed the wrong people, and it's why we're here today. Extra money is not going to resolve our problems because it doesn't fix accountability or the lack thereof.
I'm sorry, can we pause the time, Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, Thomas.
That's okay.
Can we make sure we have it quiet out there, please, if we can? In the hallway? I want to make sure that the residents have the opportunity to hear what our speakers are saying. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll wait for Ms. Glaze.
Sorry, Tom.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Just to reiterate, may I start over? Is that okay?
That's fine. We can go start over.
Ms. Glaze, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take the floor. Thank you kindly. I just wanted to say again that I know there's a lot of city employees and union people here today, and I understand their concern because if my field was getting not attacked, but if my field was getting minimized and threatened, I would have concerns as well. But I wanted them to know that they endorsed the wrong people, which is why we're here today. Extra money is not going to resolve our problems because it doesn't fix accountability. And government should not be subsidizing residents. Or I should say, government should be subsidizing residents, not the other way around, which is what we're having right now. Council, as a matter of public record, it's my opinion that this is a fraudulent, I hope Rolls here it is, and unjustified state of emergency. A state of emergency must only be declared as a final resort. City Manager Houston states that if UUT fails, that you have backup plans to keep the city moving forward, which is great. But that in and of itself proves that you have alternate pathways and less obtrusive means to avoid a state of emergency. Also, you knowingly and intently allowed this structural deficit to take place without ever taking preventative or corrective measures. In 2022, your city treasurer, Greg Martinez, your finance director, Christopher Ryan, and your city manager, Chris Jeffers, all told you about an incoming and upcoming deficit. At that point, you had a fiscal responsibility to the community to immediately adopt a balanced budget, not one that prolongs the deficit, but one that resolves it, and to request state assistance, to engage with financial consultants, to defer obligations, to discuss furloughs, to repeal any and all non-essential expenditures. You guys didn't do that. You were also obligated to hold council meetings to discuss the economic distress and upcoming deficits with the public. But what some of you did instead was immoral. Take in point, Councilmember Hurtado. He publicly and intentionally misrepresented our financial status to the residents by suggesting that there was no upcoming deficit despite the city's financial forecast within his hands. All of this is on public record in case anyone wants to dispute me. Council, if you declare a state of emergency today, you may face a class action lawsuit for a breach of fiduciary duty, intentional misrepresentation, and gross negligence. Because as council members, you knowingly allowed the deficit to take place. And you denied the existence of its imminence. And you are now one step away from causing massive financial harm to thousands of families in our city. I strongly urge you, council, to decide very carefully, is this a fiscal emergency, something you never saw in advance, or is there some clear evidence showing that all of you knew about this financial situation and maybe you just lied about it a little bit to the public? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of our community. My name is Cruz Castellanos, and I proudly serve in the Southgate Police Department Crime Impact Team. I'm here briefly to speak about the work our team does every single day, the responsibilities we are tasked with, and some of the ongoing issues in our city. It is work that often goes unseen, but it has a direct and measurable impact on the safety of our community. The mission of the Crime Impact Team is to investigate and deter gang-related crimes. For those of you who do not know, there are well over 10 active gangs in the city of Southgate who are at war with each other, with no regards to human life. Just in the past 25 days, our team has recovered 6 unregistered firearms, to include a semi-automatic assault rifle, which led to the arrest of multiple active gang members here in Southgate. In one of the cases, it is believed that one of the firearms was used in a shooting last year. That is impact of proactive policing. I also want to share something I personally experienced during traffic stops and field contacts. On more than one occasion, individuals have told me, it's not a big deal. So-and-so police department pulled me over last time, they didn't care. My response is simple. This is the city of Southgate. We do care. We care because small violations lead to bigger crimes. We care because illegal firearms lead to shooting and innocent people dying. We care because narcotics fuel violence and addiction. And when we ignore the small things, we allow larger problems to grow. Every illegal firearm we recover is a life potentially saved. Every gang member held accountable is violence interrupted. It's about making sure kids can play in our parks safely, families can gather without fear, and neighbors can trust that someone is standing watch. Every small contact handled with purpose is a future victim protected. The Southgate Police Department stands ready to continue during the work, unwavering dedication to duty, and an unshakable commitment to this community. But we cannot do it alone. Because at the end of the day, public safety is not just a department responsibility, it is a community commitment. Place it on the ballot, let the community decide. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Yvette Pineda, and I am speaking tonight as a city employee and as a City of Southgate resident. In my position with the city, I see the financial realities of how this is not a scare tactic, as a lot of people might believe, and the importance of a stable revenue to keep our already strained services and understaffed operations going. But I'm also a resident who pays utility bills every month. With the cost of living continuing to rise for mine and many households, every bill matters. These are not easy times, and the impact is being felt across the community. Understanding that these issues exist, I'm raising my family here. Southgate isn't where I work, it's where I'm investing my future and where I want to see fair and transparent decisions made. Because the utility user tax directly affects residents and families, the community should have the opportunity to vote on this issue. This is about allowing the people most impacted to have a say. Taking that choice away sends the message that you don't believe in the democracy you uphold. Excluding constituents from a decision that directly affects their household bills weakens trust and creates the sense that decisions are being made to line your pockets, further weakening your credibility. I respectfully urge the council to look beyond personal positions on the tax itself and focus on the broader responsibility of representative leadership. Just as city employees try not to take a tax personally and are expected to remain professional and focused in the face of challenges, I ask that the same standard be applied here. Allowing residents to vote is not a risk, it is a responsibility. It shows that the council trusts its community, respects their voice, and is willing to stand behind a transparent process. I respectfully ask the council to allow residents the right to vote on the utility user tax. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Carlos Corella, and I serve as president of the Police Management Association. I'm here tonight to speak candidly about where we are as a city and the responsibility the city has to confront the reality directly and transparently. The financial challenges facing Southgate are not abstract or scare tactic. When a city operates under sustained fiscal strain, the effects eventually show up in ways our residents can feel. Staffing shortages, longer response times, reduced proactive enforcement, and immediate loss of programs and services that keep our community strong and connected. I say this not only as an employee, but as someone who has personally invested in this community. I grew up here. My family lives here. My great nieces and nephews are growing up here. Like many of our employees, we are not just serving Southgate, we are part of Southgate. We want the city to remain safe, stable, and thriving for the next generation. We are facing a fiscal emergency, and we have an obligation to acknowledge it openly. Delaying difficult conversations does not protect the community. It only narrows options over time. A utility user's tax is being considered as part of a structural solution, and our residents deserve the opportunity to decide. Placing it on the ballot does not mandate an outcome. It simply gives the voters ownership of the decision about the level of service they expect and are willing to support. You should not silence that choice. You should not pre-decide it for them. At a time when many people feel disconnected from government decisions, this council has an opportunity to demonstrate that local leadership listens and trusts its residents to make informed decisions about their community. Without structural solutions, service reductions will compound and the quality of life in our community will continuously decline. That is not alarmism. It is the predictable outcome of sustained fiscal imbalance. Our association stands ready to work collaboratively toward responsible and transparent solutions. But tonight is bigger than any one organization or department. This is about trusting our residents enough to let them decide the future of their city. Declare the fiscal emergency, place the measure on the ballot, and let the people of Southgate have their voice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Caroline Gonzalez, and as a resident, I strongly feel that we should have the opportunity to vote on this. The decision should be placed on the hands of the people and is simply a choice that we should have ourselves. Please let us decide and give the community the chance to vote. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Evelyn Garcia, and you may all know me as a lieutenant of our police department. But this is not just where I work. It's where I was born and raised in this city. It's where I grew up, where my family lives, and where my heart will always be. For 26 years, I've had the honor of serving this community as a loyal and dedicated city employee. I have seen our city at its best, and I have also seen what happens when resources shrink. Today, I stand before you in support of placing a utility users tax measure on the ballot, not as a political statement, but as a public safety and community stability issue. We are facing reduced staffing levels and ongoing budget constraints that are impacting essential services. In public safety, fewer officers on the street means longer response times, heavier workloads, increased burnout, and higher risks, not only for officers serving our community, but for the residents who depend on them. As someone deeply committed to this city, I'm concerned about what the continued reductions will mean for community trust. Over the years, we have worked hard to build relationships between our department and the public. You know, trust is not built overnight. It takes consistency, visibility, engagement, and follow through. When staffing declines and services are cut, those relationships suffer. This is not about expanding government. It's about maintaining the level of service our residents expect and deserve. A utility users tax is a tool available to help stabilize our local revenue and protect critical services. Placing this measure on the ballot is not imposing a tax. It's simply giving our residents the opportunity to decide for themselves. That is how local democracy is supposed to work. Our community deserves transparency. They deserve to understand the financial challenges we face and to have a direct voice in determining the path forward. As someone who cares deeply about the safety of my community, my neighbors, my family, my officers, I respectfully urge the City Council to put this measure before the voters. Let the people decide whether they are willing to invest in maintaining public safety, essential services, and the stability of the city we all call home. This is more than just a tax measure. This is about protecting what we have all built together, a safe, resilient, and connected community. Thank you for your time and for your continued service to our city.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Richard Lute, 8990 Atlantic. I got to admit, I'm a little disappointed in the council right now, the entire council. In 2020, I knew we had a budget deficit. I'm not on the council, but I knew. Last time we were here talking about this, several of the council members seemed surprised, and that's a problem. Okay, but one of the biggest things I'm disappointed about is the messaging from this city. It's not good. I've listened to the residents, and every resident here has a point. Things are getting more expensive. Budgets are getting stretched. Households need help. The messaging from the city should be, Southgate is a household with 100,000 people living in it. And just like their budgets are getting stretched, so is the city's. But the city can't ask for a raise. The city has no other way of increasing revenue than taxes. So everybody behind me, when they talk about how they can't afford it, the messaging should be, we're facing the exact same problem. This is not us against them. This is us. And if the city can't get that message out, we're not going to fix this. We're just not going to fix it. Okay? You are the city council. You are elected to do what is best for Southgate. Not what's comfortable, not what's going to get you elected again, what's best for the city. And right now, what is best for the city is getting it funded. And the UUT does that. But if y'all don't have the guts to look at the public in the eye and be honest and say, we have the exact same problem you have. Your insurance went up, our insurance went up. But we're insuring however many people work in this city, not just the people in a 6 or 8 person house. But you're not saying that. You're not having the hard conversation. And that's the problem here. So until the point that you can make the public understand that their problem is the exact same problem the city is having, we're going to keep having it.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ángela Lucero
Good evening. My name is Angela Lucero.
y soy residente aquí de Southgate por más de 40 años.
I'm a resident here in Southgate for more than 40 years.
Y he sido activa en muchas actividades
I've been active in many activities
con intención de apoyar a mi comunidad.
with the intention to
Aunque soy
support my community.
retirada y con recursos limitados,
Although I'm retired with limited resources,
estoy de acuerdo con dejar que nuestra comunidad decida si hay un tax o no.
I agree that our community should decide if there's a tax or not.
Muchos de nosotros nos emigramos a este país por la democracia que existe
Many of us immigrated to this country because of the democracy that exists here.
y por esta razón le pido al concilio que dejen a los votantes decidir si se impone un tax a las utilidades
And this is why I urge the council members to allow the residents to vote
con el fin de mantener los servicios que nosotros necesitamos.
with the end to continue the services that we all need.
Yo sigo mucho las actividades de nuestro concilio por muchos años.
I follow the activities of the council for many years.
Vi la corrupción que ocurrió hace 25 años.
I saw the corruption that happened 25 years ago.
Vi a María Dávila y al señor Gil Hurtado
I saw
Cuando-
Maria Davila and Mr. Gil Hurtado
cuando lucharon para destituir a estos concejales corruptos
when they fought to remove these corrupt council members
y al tesorero que los controlaba.
and the treasurer that controlled them.
Su trabajo en limpiar la corrupción
Their work in cleaning out the corruption
resultó en que la comunidad les pidió a ellos que se postularan para servir como nuestros concejales.
resulted in them becoming council members.
Desde entonces hemos tenido un concilio que se dedica
Since then, we've been having a council that dedicates
a servir a nuestra comunidad.
to serve our community.
Personalmente yo confío en todos ellos.
Personally, I trust all of them.
He visto cómo han mejorado nuestra comunidad,
I've seen how they've bettered our community,
los trabajos en las calles,
the public works,
Long Beach, Firestone, Tweety y muchas más.
Long Beach, Firestone, Tweedy, and many more.
Hay mucho menos graffiti.
There's much less graffiti.
Tenemos uno de los mejores parques que existen en todo el sureste de Los Ángeles.
We have one of the best parks in all of Southeast Los Angeles.
Han traído a Salea el centro comercial que nos hacía falta.
They brought the Azalea Center that we needed.
Nos han traído escuelas para resolver el problema de la sobrepoblación
They
en las
brought us.
clases.
They brought us schools that had fixed the problem of overpopulation in classes.
Les tengo fe a los 5 concejales,
I have faith in all 5 council members,
pero hay que reconocer que Hurtado y Dávila son las 2 personas que han sido reconocidas por el jefe de policía.
but we must recognize that Davila and Hurtado are the ones that have been recognized by the chief of police.
Y la Comisión de Juventud por sus años de servicio.
The youth commission. Oh, okay. And the youth commission
A los jóvenes de nuestra ciudad.
to the youth of our city.
Dávila ha sido parte del grupo de mujeres conocido como el Club Multicultural.
Ms. Davila has been part of our women's club, the Multicultural Club.
También ha sido parte de Padres Unidos.
She's been a part of Padres Unidos.
Hurtado fue presidente del programa deportivo por más de 30 años.
Hurtado has been part of that program that she mentioned as well.
La dedicación no termina ahí.
The dedication doesn't end there.
Cada año ellos luchan
Every year they fight
por repartir pavos en el tiempo del Día de Acción de Gracias
to give out turkeys to the community during
y
Thanksgiving
juguetes para la temporada de Navidad.
and toys during Christmas time.
Por la demostración de esta dedicación han ganado el respeto de su comunidad.
They've earned the respect of their community due to this.
La gente que los critica es porque no los conoce
The people that criticize them is because they
y
don't
se
know them.
dejan creer de lo que leen en las redes
They
sociales.
believe what they see on social media.
Les pido a los concejales que dejen que la comunidad decida si acepta este tax en las utilidades.
I urge the council members to let the community vote to see if this tax passes.
De lo contrario, sería peor.
Otherwise, it would be worse.
Prefiero pagar un poco más para preservar nuestros servicios.
I'd rather pay a little more to preserve our services.
No se dejen engañar por personas que quizás tengan motivos políticos.
Don't allow yourself to be fooled by people who may have alternative political motives.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Robin Logan. I'm a resident on Hunt Avenue. It baffles me that I have been listening and hearing 2 council members, Rios and Avalos, hesitant on making a decision to allow the residents to decide if Southgate remains a functioning city or not. Per the former city manager, he alluded to this back at the fiscal 22, 23, 24, and it has been already discussed. But Avalos, you were the mayor then, so this shouldn't have been surprising to you, as last I checked, that each of the city council members were present at that budget. And you're all here. So he told you that we need to worry about the structural budget and that the deficit was looming. This is not something that you just were made aware of last year. Yet the 2 of you act as we're not smart enough. we are dumb. That you want all these city employees to lose their jobs. You want to cut off all these services that the low-income families depend on, like the park. We have already heard a lot of the residents talk about this, about the fact that the students that were here that actually participate, other particular city residents from others that are actually here and really enjoy our city. And that's pretty sad. That also, you have the opportunity to fix the false information that has been out there on Facebook with the henchmen that are behind me. But you don't. You don't want to go ahead with the actual facts. You go ahead with the narrative of, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to go ahead and pretend I don't know what's going on, just as you did last time a month ago. You didn't want to make a vote because you were afraid of what the outcome of the residents are. Sir, your seat is up in November. Your actions today will make sure that you have a seat or you don't. So remember that. This is not a threat. This is the reality. This is what democracy is about. So if you want these city employees that we actually need to have a functioning city, if not, we won't have a city, we won't need a council member. Thank you.
Donnie Sanchez, Southgate police officer, been a police officer 24 years. I'll keep this short. I'm also a Southgate resident. I grew up in Southgate. My family's been here since '79. My parents were here. My dad had a procedure at Kaiser and he could barely stand, but he was here. He couldn't handle it and he had to go home. But I respect the fact that my parents were here and they share the same values that I do. I obviously was brought up in Southgate. I have those core values that go with the department, also with the city. I grew up in the city. I'm part of the community. I have my children growing up. I have my son here. I have kids that are grown that grew up in Southgate. I'm invested. I care about this community. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be here. I came here because I really care. I care about the community. I care about my fellow co-workers. You have no idea. This is a domino effect. We need to decide now. We should have decided back in 2020. I agree with this gentleman. We should have done that back then. We're waiting way too long. These are games that we're playing. I apologize if I'm stepping out of bounds, but it's frustrating. As a resident, it's pretty silly. I'm not going to choose other words, but it's silly that we can't come to a decision and decide on this now. Let the people vote. This is a democracy. I have friends here behind me that voted, that don't want it, don't want this tax. And guess what? I'll still have lunch with them. I respect. I'm open-minded. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop talking to them. I respect everybody's point of view. Everybody had valid point of views. Let's make a decision. Let's allow the people to decide. This is a democracy. Our future, my kids' future depends on your decision and everybody else's decision from here on. So let's make the right decision and let's come together. That's all I have to say.
Hi, my name is Martha Kendall. I'm a resident for all but 6 years of my life. I had the same Southgate address. I also have the honor of being an employee of the Southgate Police Department. In general, I'm really happy to leave the budgetary decisions to the council members. I barely manage my own home budget. I can only imagine what it's like to manage a city's budget. I really don't want to know the details of how much it costs to fill potholes or how much it costs to fix the cars that tree limbs fall on. I don't want to know that stuff. But I do know that shearing off $8 million out of a budget for a city, for a police department in a city will drastically affect the ability of the services and the things that we're used to having. It'll affect it. It seems clear to me that we're in a fiscal emergency due to things that we don't have control over, medical insurance increases, other insurance increases that were on the presentation before the meeting. All of the residents of Southgate are going to live with the consequences of this decision. The the decision should be put to the vote of this for the people. If the residents are willing to accept an additional tax, then it tells you that that's what's valuable to them. The city services, the park services, the police services, the things that make our city friendly, community friendly, and valuable, and where we get to share friendships, and we get to feel safe, and we get to call 911 and have a reasonable expectation of a reasonable response time. Without those things, then the city doesn't have the value that it has to us now. So this is an important choice to make, but I'm telling you, if I had to vote on that right now, I don't know which way I'd vote. As a city employee, I see the need to increase revenue in order to have the city services and police services at the level that we are used to. But as a resident, I hate to input another tax that will only go up and will never go away. I'm sensitive to that, and I don't like that. However, I value being able to call 911, and I value being able to have programs that increase friendship and community. So I think I'm just here to say your job is to amplify the voices of the people you represent, not silence them. It's time for you to stand up and do your job and let the people vote. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erica Heredia, Southgate residents. The residents of Southgate deserve the opportunity to vote on decisions that will directly affect our services, our public safety, and our financial future. Our community understands that the city is facing financial realities, and we recognize that responsible solutions must be made. However, when those solutions include measures that directly impact households, utility costs, and essential city services, residents should have the ability to participate in that decision through the voting process. Declaring a fiscal emergency is not simply an administrative step. It is the pathway that allows the voices of Southgate residents to be heard. It ensures transparency, public participation, and shared responsibility in determining how our city moves forward. This is not about supporting or opposing any measure tonight. It is about ensuring that the people who live here, work here, raise families here, and invest in this community are given the opportunity to make an informed choice at the ballot box. I respectfully encourage the council to take the steps necessary to allow residents the opportunity to be informed, to be engaged, and ultimately to vote. When residents are given a voice in the process, we strengthen not only public trust, but the future stability of our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and close the public comments and any emails.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did receive a total of 36 emails. Of those, there were 11 in favor of placing the utility users tax measure on the ballot, and 25 were opposed. And as always, all written comments received were distributed to all of you and are part of the official record. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Okay, and I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. What is Councilwoman Davila?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, to all who are here today, thank you. Whether you talk in favor or against it, I think that we heard from all of you, and I do appreciate that for you coming out and speaking what you wanted to say. I think that I really don't have a much to say because I already had spoken with my several meetings, which always have said that declaring a fiscal emergency, we need to, and let the voters decide to vote whether they want to be taxed or not. Let them do it. And I think that we as council, we have the responsibility to allow our residents, our voting residents, to make the decision. We as council, we can. And I don't know if some of you think that we council, we can make that decision. No, we can't. But we can make the decision to put it in a ballot. And that is the responsibility of the city council. So, and one of the things that I do always has said that we definitely need to educate our community because there is a lot of misinformation going out there. There is a lot of misinformation. And unfortunately, there are social media that some residents think that one of those social media is the police department. And it's not the police department. It does have the name of Southgate Police Department. I mean, not department, but it has nothing to do with our police department. And I think a lot of the residents out there get confused with that because they think that the police is not in favor or they don't want this to be put in the ballot. And that is not true. We have heard from our officers. We have heard from our public works. We have heard from the unions. We have heard from our residents. And they are the ones who are going to be making that decision whether to pass it or not. Our responsibility as council is to educate our community. That's the responsibility, and allowed our residents to make that decision. So I think you all heard me before. I know where I stand. I think that we need to put this in the ballot. We need to allow our residents to vote on it. And if they decide that they don't want it, it's their decision. It's not ours. So please understand that. It's not the council decision to pass the UUT. The decision is to allow, dejar que los votantes voten si quieren o no quieren esto, que pase. Pero educándolos y enseñándoles y diciéndoles qué es y para qué se va a usar.
Mayor Dalve, can you repeat that in English for the record?
Yes. And I think I already said it. Allow the residents to vote and to decide. And I think I'm very clear on that. Either way, I'm saying it in English or in Spanish, but my decision is to put it in the ballot, call it a fiscal emergency, and allow our residents. Let's do the democratic process. And I think that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the unions that are here, both the SEIU and the POA. But more importantly, I want to recognize all of our residents that are here, all of you that came out, all of you that sent emails. I'm listening. So, a little bit of history. In 2008, it only took 2,639 residents to vote yes for Measure P. 16 years later, we're here today We're having the same issues, same problems, but now we're looking at 9 million and a half or 10. Did we know? Yes, we knew. How much? It would have been 2 to 3 million, which is manageable. And yes, I was mayor. And yes, Mr. Chris Jeffers was our city manager. And he did tell us, you guys have to, not be so kind in doing certain things. You gotta cut spending here and there. We took his advice at the time to go down that road. Unfortunately, with change of leadership, everything changes. So we're here today with a $9.4 million deficit. And now we are again asking the community to flip the bill, to be able to pay, because the city of Southgate can't go out and get another part-time job. So as a councilwoman, I must speak plainly and clearly. This is not the time to raise taxes on our residents. Families in our city are already stretched beyond their limits. I have spoken with parents who are choosing to buy less food at the grocery store just to keep their lights on. Others are delaying medical care, skipping extracurricular activities for their kids, or even taking a second or third job because they can't afford to make it to the end of the month. The average household income in our city is modest. We all know that. And many of our residents are living paycheck to paycheck. Is the city actually living paycheck to paycheck as it was in 2008? No, it's not. We are a hardworking community, but we are not a wealthy one. A tax increase right now would not be an inconvenience to our residents. It would be a hardship. As a TK teacher, I see firsthand what parents are facing. I see the frustration. I see the daily challenges of raising a family in this day and age, balancing work, childcare, bills, and uncertainty. As a daughter of a senior citizen living on a limited income, when I say limited, I'm talking under $10,000. And that's a lot of our residents that are seniors right now. I also understand what it means to stretch every dollar and worry about the rising costs. And as someone who has personally experienced many of the same struggles that our community members are facing, I am not okay with residents living under constant stress about current events, rising expenses, and financial instability. We must also acknowledge the unique challenges that are facing many families here. We have single mothers and single fathers that are carrying the full burden of providing for their children alone. And I know firsthand of several single mothers who are going without eating to making sure that their children eat, saying they're full because they want to make sure that their child is going to be okay. Some households have experienced sudden income loss, instability due to the immigration enforcement actions that have been occurring, leaving caregivers to navigate fear, legal expenses, and lost wages. These are real pressures that are affecting our neighbors every single day. It has been said that some council members have come to an agreement or a compromise, that we need to compromise. But I ask, compromise to who and for what? We asked our employees to compromise back in 2008. Some of the speakers asked, was it worth it? Is this compromise meant to gain an election support, secure endorsements? Because if that is, what are we really trading for a higher taxes on our residents? then we need to be honest about it. I am living proof that you do not need backdoor deals, special interests, or political endorsements to win. All you really need, this is a secret, is for people to trust you. The people of the city in Southgate place their trust in me, and I will keep that promise. I will not sell out to special interest groups. I will not compromise my word that I have given the people of Southgate when they elected me. I do not plan to betray that trust, and I will not compromise in any way the well-being of the residents for a political convenience. Before we ask our families to give more, we must exhaust every option. And I know we have a lot of options, City Manager. Cutting waste, seeking grants, improving efficiencies, and putting our residents first. Our duty is to protect the financial stability of the people that we all say we serve, especially during these economic straining times. Raising taxes now would place an additional burden on families who are already sacrificing. So I stand with my residents, and I will continue to fight the policies that protect them, not politics that burden them. I asked in the last 16 years, $236 million have been raised with Measure P funding. Where is the accounting? How many officers did we hire? And I was told it all went to the general fund. Well, guess what? There is no accounting, Southgate. It is spent on whatever staff wants us to spend it or council approves. So at the end of the day, when we tell you we're going to fix our streets and potholes, don't expect that. Because that has not happened in the last 16 years. And I have a problem with that. If I give you my word, I stand by my word. I wasn't here in 2008, unfortunately. Now, in the meeting of January 13, I indicated that part of that ballot was an oversight committee. Well, let me clarify. I was wrong. There was no oversight committee. It was actually Measure P board. There were 5 individuals that were on that board. Those meetings happened in 2012. Why did they stop? I haven't gotten any documentation. The minutes are very skimpy. So there was a board for Measure P, but there is no accountability today. So to me, it boils down to, I need to regain the trust of the community by making sure that we impose an oversight board, not only for Measure P, but for all of the funding that the city gets. Because you, the taxpayer, needs to know. I had a lot of questions. I still have some. Some have been answered, not all of them. But for me, for right now, I see our employees, and trust me, I've been there. I know what it feels like. But I am willing to work to making sure that all of us, like Richard said, we all need to sit down and compromise and come to an agreement that is going to be fair and equitable for all. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtado.
Okay. You know, I came here tonight to listen to the people, read emails, and make a decision to move the city forward. And I had told myself that what was going to happen tonight was just going to be dialogue. But when you get attacked by a colleague insinuating things like that, there's a thing called the gloves come off. Back in 2008, every single one of our employees took a 10% pay cut. Every single one of them took a 10% pay cut, except for one. Her sister, the city clerk, failed to take that 10% pay cut. couple of years ago, I decided on running against her because she was looking for a second job, looking to be a city clerk here in another city. She won the election, barely, but she won. The people that did not support me thought I was lying. Was I lying? No. She was a city clerk in Hawthorne, simultaneously here getting 2 salaries. And she's concerned about our employees? That's nonsense. I've asked 2 of the commissioners to meet with me. They don't meet with me, but they meet with them. And they echo the same messages all the time. They're misinforming people. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a structural deficit for a very long time. We've kicked the can down the road because this is Southgate. This is Southgate. We want to keep our taxes low. That was our goal. They were part of the subcommittee meeting of 2020. They insisted. And I said, you know what? Okay. She just got elected. I don't know how much she's going to do, but let her do it. They sat in subcommittee meetings, listened to them of 2020. I believe it was July or August. Listen to the meetings. Do you remember what it was? July 9th of 2020. 5, 6 times maybe, they were told there's a structural deficit. Twice, I remember hearing that they had a $7 million deficit. What did they do? I listened to them from home. What'd they do? Any changes, any policy changes? No. Now, one of the speakers talked about, they saw the podcast that I participated in. Evidently, he missed the most important parts. When I was talking about General Motors and Firestone, I wasn't putting the blame on them. Watch the video again. What I was pointing out was I was responding to questions that people were asking. How come the city of Southgate only gets 6.15% from the property taxes and all the other cities get more? Why did you guys allow that to do that? I said, we had nothing to do with it. That was decided back in 1978 through Prop 13. We had nothing to do with it. I was in high school. Some of you weren't even born yet. Now, why did I mention General Motors and Firestone? The reason that the property taxes were low were because General Motors and Firestone came here in the 1920s, and the city did not have to charge an additional tax, a property tax, to our residents. Why? Because they had a thing called point of sale contracts. So the city of Southgate was prospering based on the sales of General Motors and Firestone. So once 1978 came along, the city of Southgate was supposed to get zero money back from property taxes. Why? Because it was never charging them. Prop 13 in 1978 caused that problem. It caused it. Nobody saw that coming. So 10 years later, it was finally decided, let's give them 6.15%. Long Beach gets 21.66%. Downey gets almost 14%. Compton gets like 10%. Linwood gets like 11%. We only get to keep 6.15%. Why? Because of what had happened back in the 1920s to now. Now, what happened then? General Motors and Firestone left. So now we don't have that revenue. So we've been in a situation, a structural deficit since then. And we've been able to move the city forward. You know, it's shameful to attack our officers and our employees, suggesting that there's some backdoor deal. There's no backdoor deal. You're just upset because they didn't endorse you, but now you know why. They did not endorse you because this is the kind of attitude you bring to the table. This is not fair. Our community is smart. Let them vote. Let them make the decision. Again, I had no intentions to come in here and say anything, but she started taking these jabs that we're making backdoor deals. That's not true. I talked to some senior citizens from the last meeting, and I told them, by the way, the program that is being considered is to not tax senior citizens 65 and over who are low income. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. And they come back and they say that we're still taxing them. Somebody's feeding them false information. Then you have the social media pages. Mr. City Attorney, I asked you to be able to address the issue about whether we went to a resort down in San Diego. Can you kind of sort of touch on that? Evidently, there's wrong information out there that's being fed. and they're just passing it around on social media like it was a fact.
The issue of social media information is something that plagues every city. It plagues our society because social media does not allow for limits on free speech. So people are free to post falsehoods on social media and pretend that they are accurate. And I do think that it's incumbent upon any city to address those falsehoods. There's no truth in a social posting that reflects that 3 council members went on to a conference down in San Diego. It's just not an accurate statement. It does need to be called out.
Thank you. So again, you're going to read those comments over and over again because as long as people are on those pages, they're going to be repeating those lies. Look, this is a difficult time for everybody, but I want you to think back to the last 20 years. Pick a year. Was it good in 2012? No. 13? No. It's never a good time to raise taxes. But the fact is that every city around us has a utility users tax, and they get back more money from property taxes than we do. So we're running on a very limited budget, very limited revenue coming in. People may not agree with me. Do your own homework. You don't want to believe me? That's fine with me. But this is ridiculous. Not to give our community the right to vote, that's out of control. So again, I know that we're going to be talking a little bit more, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to make a motion to put this on the ballot to declare a fiscal emergency because that's exactly what we have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, all the residents and employees and staff that are here this evening. What time is it? Approaching 10 o'clock. It was good to hear from everybody. This is serious business. I think someone said educating the public. I think that was the key. I think when I approached this issue is that really and why I think there was earlier a few months ago a rush to put this on the ballot. I think that I think it's all good. I think that's good. That I think the community needs to be more engaged, and I think we saw that today. That the community came out here, and we're here from both sides. And when I think of my role as a councilman, I was elected to represent both sides: those that are for the UUT and those that are concerned about the financial aspect of it, and how it impacts families. So, and I don't make a distinction there. That's a reality. I think all of us, we represent the whole constituency. So, so I think it was important that we had this discussion with the community. But I think our time is running out because I think this is a time where we have to make a decision. Now, we've had a lot of conversations with our finance, with the city. I've had a lot of conversations. I know even my colleague, Avalos has had, and when my colleagues, the mayor, and we talked about how do we, there's a time for deliberations, for discussions, and all of that, which is very important, I think, and I appreciate those that came and opposed the UUT. I mean, I believe that any additional financial burden on our residents and our businesses should be carefully scrutinized, especially during these times when families are struggling or are facing economic challenges. I mean, it's real. That's not a perception. There is that reality. So I take that seriously. So there are issues with the inflation has gone up. We all know that. We see the cost of running a city has gone up, and I think everybody's talked about labor costs is always going up. Healthcare, workers' comps, liability, litigation, pensions, all of that has raised, the budget. Reality. I mean, we can, and it's true. My colleagues have said that we're not the only city that's experiencing deficit. That's it. It seems like we are right today,
But in reality, the city of Long Beach, if you read the paper, City of Long Beach, and I think City of Long Beach, man, City of Long Beach has the ports, they have entertainment centers, they have a lot of possibilities to raise money, and they're struggling. They're struggling. They'll get through next year, but the following year, they're talking about cuts. The city of Los Angeles, they're talking about the similar issues. The county, they're going to have they want to put a tax measure to address some of the concerns around the healthcare, some of the federal dollars being pulled back. So the organizations I work with, LAC Community College District, they gave out a golden handshake last year because they had issues with finance. LA Unify, their enrollment, I can't believe it, a few years ago was 700,000 students. Now they're a little over 300 and something thousand students. So they haven't cut staff and all that, but and we built all these schools around here. And you know, so they're struggling. So you know, so these last 3 months, they haven't been for none. This is good to engage the community because you have to engage those folks that are out there that are going to make they're going to go vote on this issue. And they need to be informed. And because it's very important. And if you don't just inform them, they're less likely to vote for or support something like this. So I think that's what I wanted to make sure that we had that discussion. And I think we have had it and how serious of a nature this is. So and I believe in the democratic process. I mean, I do. I take that serious. I mean, the deliberations and so forth. But I think it's time to move forward. You know, I was elected to represent the whole community and to work with my colleagues collaboratively, to work with the staff. I do that. I think it's important. I think we do take positions, but I think we should be listening to folks, and that's what I've been doing, trying to listen to all sides of the issue, and I think that's important. Today we're gonna declare it's about declaring a fiscal emergency, and it's the other issue is to place it on the ballot in June, and let the voters decide. Those are the principal idea today. It's not about voting for it one way or the other. It's just about placing it on the ballot. I think it's been stated over and over here. One of the things I was concerned about, if I were to support this, and I told my colleague also, is we talked to staff about and the mayor about a citizens oversight committee. I think it's important to engage people so that they're involved and so that we would appoint someone to be part of that process as part of this. I think it's important that the community wants accountability, transparency, and I think an oversight committee will help us engage the community. So discuss that, and hopefully we could get that passed today to at least begin that process so that the community would be involved. Because we're talking about 3 months, June, 3 months and a half between now and then, that this election will take place, and that's not a lot of time. And so decisions have to be made for both if it passes and if it doesn't pass. So I think we've discussed that. So I think it's important. I finally, in listening to our employees, they want to let the folks decide, and I think that's good. I mean, let's let the residents, but I wanted to make sure again, I have to reiterate that the community knows what it's about. And when I finally came down to making the decision for me was, there are dire consequences if the UUT isn't placed on the ballot in June. There are dire consequences. I think we know, we've heard that there are. I'm not in support of cutting the services in our parks and all. That's terrible. When I look at what could happen, that really hurts. It'll hurt the community. The community, we've heard about communities hurting, and I don't want to put more hurt on the community. So I think, and basically the narrative from the council has been, let's put this on, and staff, this is important. We tried to come up with other options, but they said, after this, we'll look at other options. Let's put this on the ballot. So I think, going back to the democratic process, okay. Well, I can relate to that. But, I wanted to have some options, other options before, and now will come up. So, but it came down to quality of life issues, because Southgate won't be the way, if this is not, if it passed, it's not going to be the same, the way we know Southgate, the community of Southgate. So I'm concerned about quality of life issues, sustainability. I think as we have a fiscal responsibility to maintain our city in good financial standing. I think that's important. And I've seen some of the changes that we've already started to, in terms of restructuring the Public Works Department. We talked about hiring, instead of the experienced engineers, going with some of the younger, less costly engineers. And I think that's a good step. Our police department has already started to employ a new schedule and see how that works. The parks is doing some reorganization to move people around and give different experience. So, I'm listening to that, and I think that's a good thing. I think we could be innovative, we could be creative, we could kind of, figure out where we go from here. And so, I do want to encourage my colleague also to come, because she could if she doesn't want to support the putting that on the ballot, she could still oppose it. There's nothing, right? I mean, that anybody could oppose, but then we're in a bad position, right? We need to this is the option we have right now before us, and I have to go with the option of placing this with the opportunity to put an oversight committee. And city
So I'll
manager.
amend my motion to include that. I have no problem with that. So I made a motion to declare a fiscal emergency and for a special election, and I have absolutely no problem with adding that caveat.
Yeah, what the city manager would come at the next meeting and come up with the parameters of it. But he did give me some, it's a proposed creation of a Citizens Budget Review Committee to provide an opportunity for additional community review and input on our budget creation for the coming year. It would recommend the committee be made up of 5 community members, with each council member appointing a member. This would be a high-level advisory input on the budget, including spending priorities and reduction options. And so this is something that I'm hoping the council will support.
That's the motion I made.
And I'm
Somebody like
hoping
to
all
second
council
it?
members will support. And then I think we can move forward with it. I would hope my colleague here would also support this effort. And so those are my remarks.
Are you seconding that motion?
Hmm?
Are you seconding that motion?
Yeah, so
I'll
we got a
second it.
motion and a second. Thank you, Vice Mayor Rios.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I know you had asked to speak. I'd like to give you that opportunity if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to share a few thoughts. First, the financial challenges that we've been discussing in every meeting now are not new to any of us. Council has been aware of this for several years and have the responsibility to address them openly with our residents and work towards solutions that are in the best interest of our entire city, not themselves. Whether we'd like to blame them or any council member prior to them, the bottom line is that there is a problem that needs to be fixed. I want to take a moment to acknowledge our entire city team, all staff in our police department. Because in my role, I see your work every day. The long hours, the extra effort, and the care you give to our residents. The city moves forward only because of all of you. You keep services running and our community safe. Your work allows council to serve our residents. Please know that you are seen, you are valued, and you are deeply appreciated by most of us. I also want to speak briefly about respecting our employees. Comments made at our last meeting about employee salaries have caused real concern among staff. The reality is many of our employees do not make anywhere near what has been suggested. That information is public and it's on our website. I see how hard our employees work, often short-staffed, and they take extra duties just to keep our services running. Let me point out, When inaccurate information is shared, it becomes dangerous. It affects morale and it creates false narrative about the people serving our community, the ones that actually do. Our employees deserve to be spoken about with dignity and respect. Lastly, I want to speak directly to our residents. Many of us come from families who have sacrificed everything to be here. Parents and grandparents who came to this country for opportunities to better our future. They believed in something bigger, the opportunity to have a voice. One of the most important rights we have in this country is the right to vote and to be heard. Let's be clear, our voters are not made up of just a small number of people who have been attending these meetings in support or in opposition of. Our community is made of thousands of residents who deserve the opportunity to voice their opinions and their voices to be heard. What is before council tonight is not about telling residents how to vote. It is about giving you, the residents, the opportunity to decide for yourselves. Whether you agree or disagree with this measure, that choice belongs to only you. Council, our community deserves that voice and the ability to participate in that democratic process. This isn't about individual politics. It's about facts, respect, and giving our residents that right to vote. Again, to our entire staff and all of our departments, thank you for everything that you do every single day for our Southgate. Remember, we are one city, one team, and together we'll find a way to move forward. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to touch on a little bit of what my colleagues have already spoken on. And yes, there are many cities and that are having fiscal issues. They're currently going through a lot of fiscal problems. The one thing that makes us a little different is, we still have the ability to put a utility users tax to be able to cover that deficit. All the other cities already have done that, and they're still in the deficit because they weren't managing what they had at that time the way they should have, right? I think we should be commended as a city to be able to stretch our dollar that is already, we've proven, is the lowest in taxing residents around in Southeast Los Angeles, to the point where we're this far and barely asking our residents, can we come back to you for a UUT? But that doesn't want to be discussed. We have commissioners that are purposely misleading our residents. They're coming to council meetings over and over again to mislead. And they stand here and we let them do it, but not today. Not today. The residents deserve to hear the truth. What these last 3 weeks have taught me is that when we have gone out and heard the residents and spoken to them, listened to what their concerns are, not one of them has ever told me, you know what, you guys do too much. I think you guys need to do less. Every single resident has asked, we need more of this. We need more of this. We need more cops. We need more officers. We need more code enforcement officers to be out there to enforce things. We need more parking enforcement to be out there. Well, all that more costs money. All that more costs revenue. And if we're not generating the revenue to be able to provide that more, how do we give that to the residents? That's the question. And now some people want to say, well, stop paying the employees a lot of money. Well, we have 150 classifications. Only 30 of those classifications have the ability to make over 100,000. I'll repeat that. 150 different classifications in our city, and only 30 of them make over 100,000, have the ability to make over 100,000. So when somebody comes up here and says that our employees are overpaid, I remind you, they have gone years without raises. They have gone years being underpaid. They have gone years working long hours, overtime, being short-staffed, but you've heard them today. They do it because they are from Southgate. They are from our city. They represent our city proudly because their families still live here. You know, when my father bought his home in Southgate, he tells me the story that he couldn't even go look at the house. He had to have somebody go pretend to be him to go buy the house because they wouldn't show it to him because he was Mexican. That's how far we have come in this city, where that man who couldn't buy his house has a son that is the mayor of this city today. So when we make decisions up here, I take it personal. This is not something that I'm doing because I have political aspirations of being something else. I do it because I love my community and I love my city. This is a place that I call home. This is a place I raise my daughters. And we need to stop the misinformation. We had people at churches, St. Helen Church, giving misinformation to residents. I couldn't believe it. At church. If you're so afraid of telling the truth, that says a lot to me. Just say the truth, let it go on the ballot, and let the voters decide. Because what I've done these last 3 weeks, speaking to over 700 residents in AYSO parent meetings, Southgate Kiwanis meetings, Padres Unidos meetings, Southgate JA coaches meetings, Aztec meetings, all these meetings that I've had with over 700 residents of our community, I've learned one thing. They're not worried about the UUT. They just want to know what's the problem. That's it. They want to know what's the problem, how did we get here, and once they hear it, they ask, what can we do? Because they understand the importance of community. And some people who say they're from our community need to remember that. Wearing a jacket doesn't make you from Southgate. Remember that. We need to push this forward, make a decision that is for the betterment of our community. Our community deserves to have the right to vote. Our community deserves to have a better tomorrow than today. And this is what today is about. So, Madam Clerk, I think we have a first and a second.
Mr. Mayor, just a real quick comment.
Yeah.
I guess if you're gonna go in front of a group of people and lie to them, I guess when you're in front of the church, you can just trot right in and go into confession and fix that, right? But that is incredible. When I heard that, I thought that is insane. How do you go in front of a church and start telling people things that are just not truthful? It baffles me. I guess we've talked enough. I think we've got a motion in a second with the amendment that I don't know if you got the amendment, Mr. City Manager, to add the budget subcommittee or the budget.
Yes,
citizens- okay.
I understand that, and the thought would be that I could bring it back a
Yes.
draft scope and the draft schedule of how we could structure things, and then if at the very next meeting, and if it is something that looks like it's going through, then each council member could bring their representative name and we could form it and kick it off immediately because we're already started our budget season. We wouldn't want to delay if that's the will of the council.
Right, and we get to appoint and vote on it, right? And hopefully we all make the decision to select someone who actually cares to be in a position like that. Okay, we got a motion in a second.
Just to make it clear, we are voting on adopting a resolution declaring a fiscal emergency because there's 2 votes
Yes.
for today.
Well, we can do them both combined, is that correct?
No.
Okay, so, yeah, so the first one, fiscal emergency.
Thank you. Councilmember Avalos?
No.
Well, then
Councilmember,
we don't need to continue anymore. That's,
no,
it's
we
a,
need to continue the vote. Councilmember Hurtado?
yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Rios?
You can ask for it. I don't know, the mayor wants to give it to you. It's his call.
I'll grant it. Go ahead.
You know, I was just going to say something before we go into recess. I am ashamed of you, Councilwoman Avalos, and because I mean, you said that you're here for the community, and you're not allowing our residents to make the decision. You're making the decisions to cut programs, to cut officers, to cut everything that is going to be cut, and that is all on you.
Let's take the break if
So,
we could.
yes,
we just take a
and
recess?
no, I'll take a recess, but let me finish. And you know what? I mean, I'm ashamed. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could respond to the shamefulness that she's talking about.
No, we're gonna allow this comment. Look, I'd ask the room to just allow for the comment, please.
With all due respect, fiscal emergency indicates that the city cannot make its payments to its employees. That is not the situation we are in at this current time. The city gets $140 million. So in order for me to declare a fiscal emergency, I would have to see that the revenues fall under the amount that is already projected, of which I have not seen. So, thank you.
I'm sorry. I just want to, if we're going to say false statements, I'm going to need to be able to clarify that. And
I would just say that we're missing
we're
two
missing
council
two?
members. So,
right. But we will clarify that because there were falsehoods there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Five minutes.
Don't listen to that shit. So was that final vote?
It back. Madam Clerk. Okay. Mr. City Manager, before we went on break, I had asked, Councilwoman Avalos made a statement regarding that we weren't in a fiscal emergency, or that our definition of fiscal emergency wasn't met. Can you please clarify that if we are in a fiscal emergency, please?
I'll provide one part of the answer and defer to our city attorney. But as part of our analysis with our consultant on this entire process, we engaged the statewide expert on the criteria for passing these type of ballots, and he analyzed. We provided him our fiscal situation and asked if that meets the definition of fiscal emergency, and he provided information that yes, we do. And so that was the important part of us making sure we checked with experts. So it does meet the criteria. I'll pass it over to our city attorney.
The city, well, since I've been here, the city has declared a fiscal emergency once before. And as you can imagine, anytime a city has to declare a fiscal emergency, it could be caused by any number of factors. And so the law requires that a very broad standard that allows for the city to declare a fiscal emergency when its services are impacted, it's not, and when the city's ability to provide for the health and safety and the welfare of its residents is impacted, in the discretion of the city council and based on information that has been presented here. So it's not a fixed formula that you would look to your checkbook only and say, we're going to get a certain amount of money, and if we fall below that, then I'll declare it. That's not the standard under the law.
Thank you for that. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we had roll call.
Yes.
I have Councilwoman Avalos with a no. Councilman Hurtado, yes. Davila, yes. Vice Mayor Rios? I'm sorry, your mic on?
Your mic.
Your mic.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion does not pass. This motion had to have been all 5 council members vote the same way.
Okay, thank you. So seeing that it doesn't pass, there's no need to go on to the next portion. Okay?
And to the employees and to the residents, sorry about that. Unfortunately, one person owns everything that happens from this point forward.
All right. We'll go ahead and go to public comments for non-agenda items.
Clowns. Well, don't make it personal.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Vamos a romper este hielo,
We're
que
gonna break
está
the ice.
muy grueso.
That's too
Ya
thick.
hasta me estaba doliendo el estómago.
My stomach was hurting.
Yo no vengo por este asunto.
I'm not coming for this reason.
Así es de que no, ni me vean con esa cara.
Señora, ¿pudiera quitarse las cosas de la oreja?
Sí, disculpe.
Y pudiera dar su nombre, por favor, para que
Soy
pudiera
Ruth
traducir.
Serrano.
My name is Ruth Serrano.
Ven que sí estaba nerviosa
See that I'm nervous?
por tantas... Ay, hasta estoy temblando.
I'm shaky.
Yo vengo a pedirles por mi niña Wendy.
I came here to ask for Wendy.
Soy del Senior Center.
I'm from the Senior Center.
Si ustedes tienen corazón
If you all have a heart
y un poco de poder,
and a little bit of power
que yo sé que lo tienen,
that I know that you have,
pueden entender nuestra súplica.
you can understand our supplication.
No tenemos muchos años por vivir,
We don't have many years to live
las del senior.
from the senior center.
Ustedes lo saben.
You all know that.
Wendy
Wendy,
es la niña que adoptamos
we adopted her
como nuestra nieta.
like our granddaughter.
Por favor,
Please
no la quiten de nuestro lado.
don't remove her from our side.
Aquí están presentes
Here I present to you
más de 160 abuelitas
more than 160 grandmas
que pedimos
that we ask,
no quiten a Wendy
don't remove Wendy
del senior
from the
center.
senior center.
Por favor.
Please.
No es un berrinche.
It's not a,
Es nuestra niña.
she's our daughter.
Espero nos comprendan.
I hope you understand.
Somos abuelitas
We're grandmas
y no nos gustaría perder nuestra niña.
and we wouldn't want to lose our daughter.
Gracias.
Thank you.
¿A sonreír?
Not to smile.
¿Cómo se llama usted?
Ruth Serrano. Ay, miren. Ay.
Robin Lugan, resident of over 25 years at Hunt Avenue. And I normally speak to you guys about traffic safety for pedestrians. And I come again to now plead with some of you on the council, because I know I only have 3 that actually pay attention to the residents. We had a serious issue due to the fact that there was construction on Atlantic, and that's just going to be there. But there was plenty of students that went against traffic and crossed on Pinehurst at Tweedy. I ended up calling non-emergency dispatch, or it was 911. I, at this moment, can't recall exactly how I called, but I did call because I recall a month ago, somebody died at the park because of a actual accident. That was not anything to do with the person who actually was there at the park. Now, we have students who do not care. I actually went, and I have to commend the watch commander. I actually came to the police station because I wanted to find out how I can make this complaint. He said, well, you probably are going to have to call the high school. I did. I actually had it on speaker. I have a witness. And the particular person who was out there in the student area told me that it was the parents' fault. It wasn't anything that anybody can do. It's just all the parents' fault. So I am still waiting for that principal to contact me, because they were on a field trip. And I was told that there is going to be another principal who is going to contact me. I was actually going to offer an incentive, but I appreciate the fact that that particular high school principal doesn't want good citizens for the city of Southgate. And I do know that with this UUT measure not going to be able to go forward, the crossing guard situation will be dire, because there will be no money, there will be no funds. And I do not know how your students, parents of all of these lovely kids that are trying to be good students. I remember in kindergarten, red means stop, green means go, yellow means wait, even if you're late. Now, remind you, I am 54 years of age. I learned that when I was 5. Now, that has stuck with me, and unfortunately, it's not what is being taught in our schools. So apparently, I do not know what's going to happen with our future, but I leave it up to the 3 of you. Thank you.
Otra vez yo vengo a decirles y hacerles un complaint.
Su nombre, por favor.
María Silvia Corona.
María Silvia.
Hacerles un complaint en la calle Goods y la Atlantic.
Vengo a hacer una queja de la calle Wood y Atlantic.
Cuando
Yours is English.
no, that's okay. That's okay. I come to
I've
make
been
a
up since
complaint
like 5 in the morning. Sorry.
against to
Okay.
the
No, ¿quiere que la traduzca? Yo la traduzco.
Okay,
Perdón,
por
perdón.
favor.
So I'm making a complaint about Wood and Atlantic.
Complex y la Atlantic
Sí.
y la Goods.
Ujú.
Quiero saber cuándo es cuando van a terminar ahí ese lugar.
I want to know when you're
Porque
going to finish
es
construction.
una inconveniencia tan grande para el tráfico.
It's an inconvenience
Más
for
cuando está
traffic,
la hora pico, hay
more because of
demasiado
rush hour.
tráfico. Ya van 3 veces que vengo y les digo lo mismo y seguimos en las mismas.
This is the third time I come and we're still in the same problem.
Y también quiero decirte, Joshua, que no me gusta cómo es tu actitud. Cuando está uno hablando, te estás riendo de uno. Y eso a mí no me gusta, que nadie se ríe. Somos personas que nos tenemos que tener respeto, pero a mí no me gusta que me hagas eso. Que cuando te está hablando uno, te ríes. Esto es algo serio, algo serio.
This is something serious and I don't appreciate that Joshua laughs when I'm
Sí, ya. ¿Te gustaría que si yo fuera tú y yo me estuviera riendo al contrario para acá?
Would you like it if I was
¿Y yo
laughing
fueras
at
tú?
you and you were standing there?
No, pues eso está muy mal. Te miras muy mal cuando nos subimos y no te gusta y te ríes de las personas.
You look very bad when you laugh and
Y
when you don't like
respeto
what
a
we
quien
say.
respeto.
Señora,
Tenga.
tiene que esperar porque ella tiene que traducirlo en inglés, ¿ok? Por
Ya, pero
favor.
él me entiende.
Okay.
Tiene que
You
repeat-
look very bad when you laugh when it's something you don't like.
Ya.
Okay.
Ya. Y pues es un desastre, la verdad, como se votó.
It's
Y
a disaster.
sé cómo se maneja lo de la unión.
Sí me deja
Como- sí.
traducir? It's a disaster how everything was voted today.
Ya.
Mhm.
Sabemos que la unión es la que te patrocina, claro que tenían que venir a apoyarte. Yo lo sé y eso está muy mal también.
We understand.
Nunca,
Sí, we understand that the union supports you and that's why they all came here today.
nunca va a haber nada limpio mientras sigan todas estas, ¿cómo le dicen? Como esas asociaciones que se hacen. Yo sé bien, sé cómo funciona el sistema.
I
Ya me-
understand. I know how the system works and nothing will be clean until these community
Ojalá,
organizations exist.
ojalá y de veras estés principalmente tú haciendo tu trabajo, porque si es eso me haces a mí y te ríes en mi cara, por atrás, ¿qué nos puedes hacer? A ver, dime.
I hope that you really are
Tienes que
doing
aprender a ser honesto, a
Señora.
tenernos respeto.
Señora, tiene que
I hope-
dejar,
I
por
hope you
favor.
really are doing your job and that you're being honest
And respectful.
y con
respeto.
respeto. And with
Respeto.
respect.
La verdad que no sé, pero yo no me quedo así. Yo sigo insistiendo en que yo quiero irme con el gobierno más arriba para ver a ver qué realmente está pasando aquí, ¿verdad? Gracias.
I keep insisting that we need to go to the next level of government to see what's really going on here.
Sí, otra vez. Mi nombre es Ángela Lucero. Vengo a
name-
hacer una queja que me dijo mi hija, que es maestra de la escuela Montara.
I came my name is Angela Montero and I came to make a complaint that my daughter about the elementary school Montara.
Ella se queja mucho de la cantina que está en la Tweety y que el callejón,
She complains a lot about the bar that's on Tweety in the alley.
sí, la cantina se llama creo que Juárez y hace
I think it's called Juarez.
y en el callejón. Entonces dice que cuando salen del trabajo como a las 2 o 3 de la tarde, ya hay muchos carros estacionados en todo el callejón de los señores que van ahí a la cantina.
That when she gets out of work on 2 or 3 in the afternoon, there's already many cars parked in the alley from patrons from the bar.
Y dice que hay algunas ocasiones que les están obstruyendo la salida a las maestras que salen por ahí por el callejón en sus carros.
And on certain occasions, the vehicles are obstructing the way of the cars that are going through the alley.
Entonces sí estaría bien que de vez en cuando, más o menos como a esa hora,
So it would be good that if around that time,
mandaran un oficial de la policía para que viera lo que está ocurriendo ahí en el callejón.
they would
Por
send
favor.
a police officer to see what's going on in that alley.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Maria was asking me if there was a bar there, like I'm supposed to know. I don't go to bars, Maria, so.
Richard Lute, 8990 Atlantic. As long as we're talking about traffic issues, over on Rayo, just north of the train tracks, what is now Reliable Steel, we have had huge problems with them coming in with car carriers and parking them on Rayo in the traffic lanes and unloading the cars into Reliable Steel from the street. I am calling the police department at least 4 times a week on that. And I figure since this disastrous vote and we're going to lose police officers, I would like to request that maybe we can do a couple of additional drive-bys while we still have the officers to handle this issue so we can maybe take care of it. Thank you.
Okay. Any emails?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one email. It's from Mr. Mario Dominguez. And he states that he supported the funding for electric buses, but urged the city to include bike racks for residents so that they can safely cross bridges using their bicycles. He asked council to provide at least one properly equipped bus for the east side route to improve accessibility and safety. I also received an email from Brenda Rojas. With respect to UWS services, the city contract has specified terms on how complaints must be handled, including record complaints and making them accessible to the city on demand. If they do not respond to complaints within a specific time or out of compliance, fees should be applied. And that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and close the public comments, and we'll go ahead and move on to reports from city officials. Sorry, we closed the public comment section. I'm sorry, we closed it, but I will, like I said, if you'd like to send an email in, I'm sure all the council members will grab it, okay? Yeah, I apologize, we just closed it.
And she's got my cell phone number. You're welcome.
Yeah, you
to
can
share it
call
with her.
us. Yeah. Yeah, Susan,
But you learned something today.
you can let her have our cell phone number. Go ahead and, Art, you want to go ahead?
Mayor, I don't have any comments tonight.
You know, if you can just, I know some of the residents, la señora that came regarding the Atlantic. I think one of the things that we've been hearing a lot of residents saying the same thing. I know that it's not our project. If you can touch on that a little bit, that it's not our project, but maybe we can reach out to the county and let them know that they need to inform our residents to let them know, what's the time frame and when it's going to be completed, so that way our residents can be better prepared for that.
Yeah, Mayor, absolutely. And it's something that we can put up on the city website as well, just to keep information out.
Right, because if I remember correctly, and LA County Sanitation is a project that is going to take, I think, more than a year. So
Yeah, so just a high-level summary, the project that is taking place on Atlantic Avenue is being constructed by LA County. There's a sewer rehabilitation project. They're largely working on underground pipelines. That it's a long-term project, a little over a year. The exact schedule at that particular intersection that was mentioned, I don't know that, but I will give the resident my business card right now so that she can call me and we can provide her more exact information. We could also put information up on the city's website just to get information out.
But if we can definitely reach out to LA County Sanitation and see if there's any information that they could provide, because if, it's their project, and if they have some type of community outreach that they have already done, and maybe we can post so that way our residents in the area can be better informed, because we have a lot of businesses on that corridor that's also being impacted.
Absolutely,
Thank
for
you.
sure.
Good evening,
Thank you,
Mr.
Tina.
Mayor, members of City Council. Just a couple things I want to share. This weekend, we had a golf tournament that was very successful. We had 32 registered people for the tournament, and it turned out great. And then for our 5K run, just want to encourage everyone to please sign up. We're at about 550 runners so far, and still have some time to go. So if anybody's interested in participating in the 5K, please sign up, register either through RaceWire or with our department at the Sports Center. And then also our Easter Fest registration has opened, and we're about a third of the way full. So if anybody's interested in participating in our Easter Fest on March 28th, stop by the Girls Clubhouse to register for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Gabriel Perez, your Community Development Director. Just a quick update. We did have a community open house last week for the Southeast Gateway Line metro station that's planned at the corner of Atlantic and Firestone. And so what we're doing is planning for 59 acres around that future station site. So hopefully that provides for more mobility options for residents as well as potential economic development opportunities. So I saw some of the council members there and commissioners, and we will continue to have some more opportunities for community engagement, which will include a future open house again in the future. Once we know those dates, we will share those with the community and the city council. But we do have a lot of our information that the community can follow about this effort on the city website. So I encourage everyone to follow what's going on.
Thanks. Gabe, just a quick a comment to that. Will any of the potential staff decreases impact that project? Because that's a huge economic development project that would, drive a lot of that revenue that we're desperately looking for. Is there any potential impact to that?
In terms of what comes after the plan and attracting the potential development, the housing around it, there is some work that would be required from staff to be able to do that. I do want to remind council that this effort where we are bringing a consultant to have these community engagement efforts and put this plan together, work with staff, that is 100% grant funded through a $300,000 state grant that SCAG and the Gateway Cities COG is assisting the city with.
Louis.
Mayor, members of the City Council, just a quick update. I think a while back I spoke about some of the challenges that we were having with our utility payment online portal. We're continuing to have those challenges. That system is on a regular basis going offline. We're doing our best to get it online, probably several times a week. But it's a challenge that we have. We'll be working with the city manager's office to put out some messaging to the public related to that issue. We are working on a longer, more permanent solution, and we're in contract negotiations now for that solution. But that implementation timeline is at least 3 months from the time we begin the project. And so we wouldn't have a fully functioning online portal or a stable one at least until at least July or August of this year. We are seeing a higher than usual number of people coming in, and we are planning staffing around that circumstance. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would appreciate it if we can definitely increase that communication out, because I think that that's something that we're being asked about quite a bit, is what's the timeline on that? And if it's going to be something that's down for 3 months, then I think the expectation should be made to the residents that it's going to be down for 3 months and we're going to require them to use a drop-off box in front or make in-person payment if they need to use their card.
Absolutely.
Thank you. John?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nothing to report from Human Resources.
Thank you. Captain?
Good evening. Nothing to report.
Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think we have to recognize that we have a great community and a great community of staff that have gotten some news tonight that, as you know, we're all human. So do understand that there will be an impact to staffing and morale as we begin the layoff notices. And that service levels will be reducing when we talk about, let's get more people here for parking. Let's deal with more street vendors. Let's try to find software to fix our problems. So let's just be mindful of the decisions made and where we're headed.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate your commitment, Rob.
Thank you. City Attorney?
I don't have anything.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avalos? Oh, I'm sorry. City Treasurer.
Yes, just a couple of quick comments. Councilwoman Avalos mentioned again tonight Measure P. I think, irrespective of how the vote went tonight, I think if there is a language on Measure P that required a commission to be established or a committee, I think that's something that we should still pursue to ensure that the community regains trust in that process as well. Then the amendment that was made by Council or Vice Mayor Rios, I think that amendment to form a committee during the planning process for the budget, I think that still stands. I think that's something that should still be considered to be brought back at some point in the very near future as part of the overall planning. And, there's going to be a lot of discussions. There's a lot of work ahead of everyone. And I think, each council member still appointing someone is still valid. So I would, urge the council still to consider that and elect, people from our community that have been showing up and showing a lot of commitment, whether we agree with their views or not. I think everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I think they should be included in the process so they feel that they have the information needed, and we could start the process of coming together and really putting a plan that the community will embrace, because there is changes that need to happen, but I think we need to do that and build that confidence back with the community for those that of course showed a concern this evening. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no updates. I do want to thank Noemi from Parks for showing up today and translating. That's it for me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you. You did a great job. Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, Naomi, thank you so much for stepping in to the shoes of translation. And again, let me remind the community, the cuts that are coming down are not set in stone. They still need to be worked out and approved by this council. So we are going to have those tough conversations moving forward. But now it's going to be of everybody actually sitting at the table and making those decisions as to what it is that the community really wants to see. So pursuant to AB 1234, I did attend Vector Control last week. They basically requested that several trustees go up to Sacramento and advocate. My colleagues chose me, so I will be going up to Sacramento, and I will be trying to see if I can schedule a meeting with our assembly person and our state senator to be able to advocate and see how they can assist us in finding possibly revenue, bringing in revenue, or making the changes that the city actually needs so that we no longer continue to get that 6%, but increase it to something that is fair and equitable to our surrounding communities. Because Southgate, unfortunately, has consistently gotten the short end of the stick. So for me, I am still here. I'm going to advocate with our legislators and with our congresswoman. And again, we did have that Measure P oversight board that I do want to make sure that we reinstated, because we need to consistently be building that trust with the community. And right now that trust is broken. So I'm about making sure that we forge that relationship moving forward. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Right?
Wait a minute.
Councilwoman,
I didn't bring boots if you're going to lay it out that thick.
Councilwoman Davila.
I don't have any further comments.
Thank you. Councilman Hurtado.
I'm usually very much level-headed and try to bring a little bit of humor, even in the most serious of situations. And, but sometimes things have to be said in the way that they send a very strong message. And it's very disappointing, you know, when we go out and we ask people to be commissioners, they have a responsibility. And when they come in and they badmouth us and we just let it happen, that's what you get. You know, we enabled them. But no more, I'm not going to let them do that anymore because it's wrong. I've asked a couple of commissioners to meet with me. They won't meet. They won't meet with the city manager. And when I say meet, you know, if anybody wants to meet with me, it's not me just talking to you sitting there. I have to learn from you. I want to find out what your point of view is. They don't want any part of that. They don't want to meet with any one of us, the city manager or anybody. But they have their point of view and they're telling residents their point of view, but they won't listen to the other side. Well, it's like going to jury duty. If you're on trial and only one side is making comments, you're going to go to jail if the other side isn't heard. And here we have to make a lot of decisions. Look, I can tell you, it might be a silly example, but I don't get a notebook with hundreds of pages because I think, again, I'm a bit of a tree hugger. So I don't waste paper. I don't waste ink. I don't waste staff time. And by the way, these are mine. I bought these iPads with my own money. They're not city issued. When I go into an office, it stays the way it is. I don't have staff come in on overtime to paint my office. I don't go and stay at a hotel and then get reimbursed. I don't go out and buy a filet mignon and then get reimbursed. If you really care about the community, you don't do that stuff. You know, treasurer went out and he pulled some paperwork out, I think it was a couple of years ago, and he put the information out there. And people were saying, how come you're protecting your friend Gil Hurtado? How come you didn't put his numbers up there? Well, he did. But there were zero because I don't get reimbursed for anything. I will not use your taxpayer money for, well, okay, I'm a vegetarian, but even if I did eat meat, I wouldn't use your taxpayer money for that. I wouldn't go to a meeting in Long Beach and then stay at a hotel and then just drive home. It's nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. City Manager, you've done a fabulous job. You've been informing us. Mike Flatt informed us. We had Chris Jeffers inform us of the structural deficit. And we waited. We waited. Why? Because now is not the time. I fear for what is coming up next. I really do. Why? Because I've been seeing it. I do my own homework, by the way. I do my own research. That's why I know how the city of Southgate got in the predicament. No, I'm not blaming General Motors. No, I'm not blaming Firestone. But I use that as context to show you why we don't have that additional money. We get 6.15. All the other cities get higher than that from property taxes. So the revenue is just not there. Somebody asked me a couple of weeks ago, actually, we have 10.75 sales tax. Why don't you guys bring it down? I said, how much you want us to bring down? Oh, I don't know, 2%. We can't touch the 8.75 from the county, and we can't touch the 8.75 from the state. So we remove the 2%. That's our share. So we would have no money. We're talking a little over $30 million less than what we have now. So if you think You know, if you want to complain about the sales tax, I encourage you to do that to the state and the county, because they're overtaxing you. And you know what's happening in June? There's going to be a ballot measure. The county is going to ask you to vote for a half-cent sales tax. If it passes, the city will be at 11.25. And you know what people in the community are going to say? Southgate Council, they just raised our taxes. No. It's the county and the voters, by the way. The county's only putting it on the ballot, but it's the voters who might put it on. So now you have a choice. But if they put it on the ballot and it passes and it goes to 11.25, you know how much we are going to get from that half cent? Zero, zip, nothing. So don't come complaining and say, no, but these two commissioners told us this and the scanner page told us that. If you're believing the nonsense from people, you know, shame on them for doing that and shame on the people who are listening. That is total nonsense. I know what's happening right now on the scanner page. Oh, they're attacking Maria, Joshua, and Gil. I don't care. You know, a guy just made a comment saying that I'm telling people that he blocked me. No, let's be clear. Thomas Buckley never blocked me. I got out of the page voluntarily. What I said is, I got out of your page, Thomas, because you were blocking my posts. I would make a post on his page, but it happened abruptly because I used to be on that page as one of the most active members. But then I rejected a request of his and he got mad. So what he did is he went ahead and he put if I posted something to let the city know what was going on, the community members, it wasn't going on. Within an hour, somebody else posted that same image. So I left because he was blocking my messages. Oh yeah, I know he's probably right now on Facebook making all these comments. It's up to the people who are out there to believe it. If they choose to do that, that's on them. But we got a city to run. And yes, if we think that cutting $9 million off of a budget is a simple thing, it's going to affect a lot of people. It's going to be a lot of people. So with that being said, just be prepared, everybody. Be prepared. And I will not be here the next meeting. I have a family function that I cannot, family sometimes has to take precedence. And I will be with my son at a family function. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor and Council and folks for being here tonight and staying with us through this meeting. I guess I forgot what I was going to report on, but I'll just say that, is this Black History Month? Yes, because we lost an icon just a few days ago. I don't know, maybe I'm dating myself how old I am, but Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson, growing up, hearing about his work, the Rainbow Coalition, how he organized a diverse group of people. He was a civil rights leader, a preacher and a leader and an activist that gave it all. And I remember, he would tell young people, I am somebody. You are somebody. Everybody's somebody. And that's it. You are somebody. I am somebody. And young people picked up on that. And the other thing he would talk is keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. And I think that's what we have to do tonight. Even though it's a little bit daunting, but we got to keep hope alive and see how we move forward and really put our heads together and try to figure how to make it work. It's going to be difficult, but we got to stay on the positive side somehow. And then the other thing I just want to say is the Rams, they won a city championship, division championship, and we still haven't recognized them. When could we get, I don't know, did we try? I know we were going to try, and they missed the date they were supposed to be here, and Mayor, and they never got, so maybe we could try again. I mean, I think we have those certificates already, right?
We don't have a budget.
Yeah, so maybe we could try catch them again because they did do something that is important for our city and put
our town. So that's all I have.
Councilwoman,
Yes,
you want
thank
to
you,
say something?
Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything, but I want to thank staff. Thank you to all of you, because I know how hard you guys been working and getting all this information to us when we asked for it. And we know how much you care. And Rob, you've been doing a phenomenal job. It's going to be hard when, as you mentioned, when those 42 pink slips go out. I do not want to be in your shoes. But one thing that I can say it's that you will always have our support. You will always have my support, and I want to thank you for that. But to all of you, staff and your staff, because I know it's not just you who has been working and trying to get us the information that we needed, to make a wise decision. Thank you. That's all I can say is thank you, and we're going to do as much as we can to follow through. So thank you, Rob. I applaud you because you have done a lot. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. So first of all, I'd just like to start off by saying thank you to all the residents today that came out, all the employees that came out, and of course to our staff here. It's been a very tough road, and we got to this point today. It's going to be an even tougher road tomorrow. It's going to take a lot of, of work of us being together, trying to figure out the best solutions moving forward, and making the less impact to our community that we can. It's going to be very difficult to do that, but we're going to do our best as a city, as we always do. Our community today is regressing. There's no way else to put it. We were in a momentum that we had not seen in a very long time. We had staff that was prepared, that we had staff that was working towards a vision that was very, very aggressive. And I was very confident in where our city was moving because of the people that we had, not just sitting here on these tables, but also out there on the field. I was looking forward to the ability to be able to have a fully staffed departments to see what we can actually get done and to see what our community can really look like. Freezing positions constantly, relying on vacancies for cost savings on an annual basis is just not sustainable. It's not sustainable for a community, and it's not sustainable for, the staff. And what we're going to see moving forward is we're going to see, good people start leaving our city, and that's not what we want. That's not what we want. I really hope that we honor, the vision that we're trying to build, and do that in a way that we can make it work. And I would ask that if we can, city manager, if there's a possibility, I would be willing to make sure that we streamline the process so that we can make sure that it's put on the ballot in November. I'm fine with running with a ballot measure at the same time as my election. I'm not here to win an election. I'm here to make sure my city is good. So if we need to make sure that that gets put on that November ballot. Whatever that needs to look like, let's start talking about that as soon as possible so that we can show a little bit of confidence to our staff that we're going to work to that as quickly as possible. I think that's an approach that we can take right away. You know, I also want to, thank you, Rob, for, being at it, at a lot of these meetings where we were out, talking to residents. You were there with me. You were there with, us, having those conversations, answering those questions of the residents, with, with the translator in hand, and I appreciated all that effort. And I think that spoke volumes of your commitment to our community. A lot of people have spoken today questioning leadership. And sir, I value your leadership in our community. We are in a better place today because of the hire that we made a few years back. And I'm honored to have done the work that we've had to be where we're at today because we did it together.
Mr. Mayor.
I just want to continue, if I can, Councilwoman, to our programs. We're going to work our best to make it work. You guys matter. These community matters. Your children matter. Okay? And cuts are not going to be easy. I think we all understand that. But we're going to try our best to make it as streamless as possible. We hope that you can partner with us and figure out the best solutions and work together and be a partner in that conversation with us. And I think together we'll be able to find that solution on how to make this work. And lastly, I just want to say at the end, to the community, I am sorry that misinformation was out there, that we didn't do enough to combat that. I put my face out there. I put videos out there, and even in my bad Spanish, to try to provide as much information as I could so that residents had as much detail of where we were and as much information as they could have, so that at the end of the day, they could come here and ask with a well-informed information what they wanted to have happen. But misinformation, disinformation, lies. I had a resident approach me at a park yelling at me saying, "Stop spending our money at resorts." Just aggressive, really aggressive, to the point where I had him calm him down. And he was yelling at me, "Stop spending money at resorts. You were in San Diego. What are you doing in San Diego?" I said, "Well, you know what? I really wish I was there, but I have a daytime job. And then if I can figure out how to split myself in two, I think I would be a lot happier right now because my wife says I work too hard." It's sad that people are believing misinformation and it's getting to this, but I'll leave it as that. It's been long enough. Councilwoman Avalos, I'll let you.
The only thing I wanted to check in with the city attorney and the city manager, are we going to follow the policies and procedures of putting anything on the ballot? Because that would mean that we would have to publish the results of the surveys, and then either oppositions or either in favor or against, which is similar to what was done with Measure P.
Yeah, I happy to answer that, but not at this time.
Yes. Yeah.
Happy to address it, only because it's not really on the agenda.
That's fine.
But happy to follow up with you, Councilwoman. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, I know that municipal code can be changed. What's the process to change certain things on the municipal code?
Again, very briefly, because it's not on the agenda.
This is asking information, not trying to set
I
anything at this
understand.
point.
So municipal code is based on ordinances, and the ordinances can be repealed, they can be modified, they can be enacted as new, they can be replaced and amended. But in all occasions, they have to come before the city council, and they have to be published and then heard in a city council meeting and then acted on.
And so there is something that I would like to change. I want to sit down and speak to both you and Rob on that. So I'll reach out tomorrow. There's something on the municipal code that I think needs to be revised.
Okay, well, again, it's beyond the scope of tonight's agenda.
Exactly. So I'll reach out tomorrow to both of you. Thank you.
And I would be remiss if I didn't just ask, just to reiterate Mr. Dominguez's request regarding the gate bus. I know that there was a request regarding the bike racks on the gate bus. I didn't realize that they didn't have them on, and they don't allow bikes into the gate bus.
So yeah, they don't allow bikes into them. We did look into that when the request was made a while back.
Mhm.
And basically the situation is that we can't add a bike rack to the front of the buses because the buses that we have are, the driver is seated in a low position. So if you put it in the front of the bus, it prohibits the view of the driver. You can't put it in the back of the bus because it's an emergency exit, and it would prohibit people from exiting the bus in an emergency. And then the other option was if we get new buses, we have to be very careful with what we purchase, because if we get the low kneeling buses for future, when you go to some of the curbs that are higher, what happens is it poses a danger, as the bus would have to pull away from the curb, because when they open the doors, it would hit up against the curb, and now there's a gap where it allows a car potentially to slip through there and potentially hit a passenger, or a pedestrian as they're exiting or entering the bus. So we've already spoken to the bus company that we purchase buses from. So as we purchase our future buses, we're trying to work with them now to ensure that there's bike racks on the new buses, but there's nothing we could do currently with the buses we have.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then I know Robin's comment regarding the Atlantic there and Pinehurst area, Pinehurst and Tweedy area regarding the crossing there. I know that it's been a troubled location. I do think that part of the school collaborative, I think we should start having those conversations regarding possible, parent groups or, volunteers that are willing to, take up some of that, in light of potential that we may not have that, to start those conversations sooner rather than later. But that's it for today. All right. Thank you, guys. We'll go ahead and move on to.
Mayor, can I just add?
Yes.
The city manager, something real quick.
Go ahead.
Related to we talked about the UT, the last day, it was today, for sure. No exception to that, right?
It has to be at regularly scheduled meetings, so I think the attorney has,
Just for the record. just
there'd
check
be,
if we make sure.
this is the last regular scheduled meeting before March 6th, which is the absolute cutoff with the county being issued. It would only be, I guess the attorney said something about if this was
Is 6th the
continued, if
deadline?
this meeting was continued, that would be the only option.
We talked about this contingency in the department head meeting. It has to be acted on. The vote has to be acted on at a regular city council
Can't be a
meeting.
special meeting.
However, we do have a precedent where we do not end this city council meeting. We can reconvene, adjourn this meeting and reconvene it to another day and still act as a regular special city council. So this thing theoretically could be reconvened to next Tuesday, and it would still be considered a regular city council meeting.
Just as a possibility, just as a last.
I don't know what you're
Hail
saying. I don't-
Mary. you know.
Full of grace. Well, I don't know what you're telling me.
Well, he's saying that there's a possibility we could meet.
Of
again.
what?
It's already, well,
A possibility of what? What do you want to do? I'm sorry, I'm missing.
I want to, I think there's a lot
Bring
of
this item back again?
No, I think the thrust of Councilmember Rios's suggestion is to not end tonight's city council meeting, to adjourn it to a new date, in the hope that this, I think I'm reading into this, is the hope that this item that was voted on tonight regarding the UUT, the fiscal emergency, would be reconsidered as part of that regular city council adjourned meeting.
yeah.
So I have.
No, wait, I'm sorry. This time I'm going to use seniority to say this. You know, we put these people through a lot tonight, and you're going to do that again? The only way I would do that is if you're telling me that there's going to be a change in the outcome. I am not going to put these people through this again. And these people.
It was just
this
a
is
question.
I understand
It's
that, but
just-
I mean, if this is going to be done, I'm going to object to it. To do this again for these people is wrong. Put our staff through this again. We got elected to make decisions like that sometimes. We were given all the information. Look, I'm all for giving this Hail Mary. I get it. Me too. But not if we're going to go through this to have the same outcome. So look, talk about it all you want. I cannot make it to the next meeting. I told you that before. And I got to tell you, I am very
It
outspoken.
would be a special meeting, so it wouldn't be that one. It wouldn't be that date. But
Keep me in the loop.
I just have
right
a
now.
question. Is there any information that you're still needing that would
Change the
that
mind.
would change your decision on the direction we need to go, Councilwoman Avalos?
No.
Okay, so there you go. All right, thanks.
But let Mr. Rios talk it over with staff. If there's anything that you think will happen, count me in. If not, I don't want to put these people through that again.
Right. All right, so we'll go ahead and go to consent calendar items. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda items 4 and 5 are consent calendar items.
Thank you. Any member of the audience have any questions regarding consent calendar number 4 through 5?
Robin Logan, resident. I do have a question regarding the easement for the SCE. So if it had an opportunity for us to, say, charge 7% of the UUT, would that have been a revenue that we could have used that would have been any tax person, that any resident, any visitor that went to the library? Because the reality is that's a revenue stream that's gone. We cannot charge that. So therefore, I'm for the easement to be granted because there could be a chance where we could get some revenue, but it has already been decided that we do not need that revenue. So I think that it would be great that we have this opportunity to have a partnership with SCE so we can have opportunities for our residents to charge their vehicles that was mandated. So again, I appreciate the 3 council members and the mayor who has the audacity to plead with the people. I do not agree with the vote coming back. That is actually stupid. And I mean that all respectfully, because you put us through hell. You put these people through hell. That gentleman has actually done a lot.
I have to just interrupt you. That's not on the agenda.
I understand that,
Thank
but
you.
I do agree that we do not need, if it could have been a revenue stream, that could have been an option, but that wasn't an option now.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close the public comments. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have one email from Mr. Mario Dominguez, who supports the project, but criticizes LA County for funding the EV charging stations instead of public art at the Leland Weaver Library. He urges installation of murals or tile mosaics and says the city has been overlooked. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
Motion to approve items 4 and 5.
Second.
We have a first, second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes, on 5, and I'm going not to participate on number 4 just because I live close to the library.
You will be recusing
I'll be
yourself from item
recusing
4?
myself on that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. Going on to item number 6, please.
The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for February 24th, 2026. The grand total is $3,862,097.75. Cancellations are none. Thank you, I'm sorry, cancellations are 112857. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. City Auditor.
Okay, I'll open it up to the audience. Any questions regarding the warrants? Bring it up to close the audience portion, since no questions. Bring it up to council. Any questions on the warrant?
I did have a question. I see that there's some billing in here for horses.
Luis, anything?
Which page are you on, council member?
I think it had to do with mounting sacks.
I believe it's page 4.
Of the warrant register?
There's a number with ink or pen on the upper corner. And it's a mounting unit equipment hoof boots? Is that the?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, we need to do some research and get back to you on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I know we have horses, right? So that's probably part of it, right?
No, the horse patrol is actually supposed to be a volunteer through the staff. We didn't have the funding for it last budget year, so we'll investigate the expense and see if something went through the wrong space, and we'll look to get answers back and correct anything that's inaccurate.
Okay. Any other questions?
But I will say that I think my understanding was there was I think where they sit had their logo, the police logo put on. I think maybe there was something there, but again, if we can clarify it, I think it would be great for us to just have clarity on it.
Yeah, this item says boots, so I'm assuming that they're boots that they wear
Right.
when mounting.
Right.
So
It's equipment.
Yeah, so I've noted it, and then we'll get back to the council on that item.
Any other comments from?
Just for clarity again regarding, because this is a subject that comes up quite a bit. The horses are completely donated by our staff. They are taken care of at their own stable. They are fed by our police officers. They have their own trailers and bring them to the events. They volunteer their services to the city. They are at no cost to the city beyond the hours that the officers are working for that time, and which would be their normal, pay that they get. So I just want to make sure we clarify that for probably the 15th time. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? All right, City Clerk, we motion to approve the warrants.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila? Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if we can adjourn in memory of our brothers and sisters in Mexico that have gone through a huge amount of trauma, given the fact of who was arrested and the havoc that it's caused in most of Mexico, specifically Jalisco. Because I know we lost a lot of state officers, federal officers, as well as local officers there.
Yes, I think that's great to remember that there's a lot of unrest there, and it's great when a government is well suited to protect his residents and well funded to be able to protect his people. I think it's important. I will also like to also say that I know that there's been some questions regarding a young lady that passed away at our park. I do want to make sure that we honor her. The district attorney did recently file charges against that case. I just wanted to come back and report on that and just say, that I'd like to go ahead and close this meeting in her honor as well. Robin, I'm sorry, but can you remind me of, is Araceli? I forgot her. Yeah, I know her first name is Araceli, but I'll get her last name to put in the record. But I will say that I'm thankful for our staff, thankful for our police department, and the district attorney for doing their full investigation and getting those charges filed on that case.
And Mr. Mayor, can we also adjourn in the memory of one of my uncles and a cousin who just passed away?
Yes, ma'am. But
Mayor,
I'll give you the names.
well,
so did we, I'm going back to that issue. So I know that we don't want to go through it again, but I just think that sometimes cooler heads and a little time might help. I mean, I think it's important that we give it, because if you think it's going to be rough, wait till July 1st. It's going to be rough. So I'm thinking that if we could just give it a little time to settle in where we're going. So I think next week, is that what we're saying? Or is that possible? Just to kind of revisit it? It doesn't have to be a long agenda. We already know.
Up to the council.
Mr. Vice Mayor, it's not up to us. We can say yes, but it's up to Councilwoman Avalos, who actually has.
Yeah, I realize that, but sometimes people, things cool, things need to cool down, things need to
Just want to
settle
let
in.
you know, that version of Gil was cool. That was cool.
yeah.
You have not seen me get angry yet.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Avalos. I think we need to be adults about this, and we need to act like adults and get the job done. And if we need to start working on solutions to move the city forward, we need to start doing that and do it moving forward.
Okay, all right, just wanted.
You discuss it with them, discuss it with her, and get back to me.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
to Councilmember, Vice Mayor's point, it would have to be done tonight and not close the meeting. If the meeting closes, that's the last regular scheduled meeting before the March 6th deadline. So a special meeting doesn't work. So it's either not closing tonight or there's no follow-up, just to clarify.
I would like a continuation just to at least have a last, like I said, a Hail Mary. I know, but I need the support here.
You're looking at the wrong person.
You're looking at the wrong person here, man.
Okay, well.
So talk to her, and then, you know what, take 5 minutes. Get another 5 minutes, talk, and come back. If you guys are okay.
Yeah, we'll take a recess. Madam Clerk, we'll take a recess.
We'll order.
You're not ready. No? No, okay.
If they want 5 minutes, can they go behind closed
They
doors,
can.
have a
If you want
discussion
to
and
take
come
5
back?
minutes, Mr. Mayor, give them
We
5
all are
minutes
here
to
to
talk.
wait.
I asked that we. She's done? Okay. All right, motion to adjourn then. I got no choice.
All right. Second. We're adjourned.
All right.
Have a great night, guys.